G'day, citizens. Welcome to Inforunners. I'm Execute, joined this week by Old Man Hurston himself, Algared. How you doing, buddy?
Joined every week by Old Man Hurston. Yes, I'm fine.
No, there's some weeks where you slack off.
Okay, occasionally I'm not. Yeah, but most weeks,
Yeah,
it's
mate.
it's
Yeah,
almost
most weeks.
normal.
Most weeks. When to keep you bothered getting out of bed. Yeah, basically.
Most
Yeah.
weeks, it's us.
So, did you have a good week though? Did you have anything interesting?
No, just school, just school.
Well, it's been a bit of a quiet week for Star Citizen. They're definitely working hard on Squadron. I've been talking to a lot of people in the background, and there's a lot of people that are Star Citizen that are very hush hush. So it tells me it's crunch time. It's like this shit has got to get out the door type of crunch time, like heads down, asses up type of analogy.
100%. They are pushing for. I still think they're pushing for the October. Everyone here said that's the goal. That's the big goal.
Yeah.
Now I could be wrong, or I should say that's their best laid plans, and plans can go out the window. But that's where we're aiming for, I think.
Yeah, I think there are different people at different levels of CIG, and they would be thinking different things. I'm going to be honest, I really don't know, because I hear many different things at different levels. And I'm just going to wait for kind of an announcement, one way or the other. I kind of, because I when I'm on my own and I got no one to talk to, I go talk to AI and stuff and just see what they're doing. As in, so I asked the different AIs what they thought, and the answer they kind of came back with early October would be the Goldilocks zone, but the safe bet is to delay it to next year so they got more time. So they basically had no clue. I could see reasons for it going both ways is what I'm trying to say, in short.
I think knowing from what I've heard that that I think they're aiming for October. They're also conscious of the impact that Grand Theft Auto will have in terms of just sucking the oxygen
out of the room. That's the
line I keep. In terms of advertising,
that's the line we keep
else.
hearing, don't we? Sucking the oxygen out of the room is the line I've heard like 20 times.
Yeah, and so I could see if Grand Theft Auto falls into that period where they're really aiming for, then I could see them going, yeah, let's delay it and let's move it to the next perfect time for the game. But yeah,
it's not just Grand Theft Auto though. There are other games that you'll have to contest with as well. So if you delay to early next year, you've got The Expanse, Osiris Reborn, and I'm trying to think of the name of the other one. It's right on the tip of my tongue, and I can't think of it. But it's by the people that made Mass Effect, essentially. God, Exodus is the other one. So there's a couple of it's my usual asthma stuff. That's why I cough now. It's I'm not sick anymore. It's just so here where I live in a valley, it's called the Tamar Valley if you look it up on the map, and basically they have a lot of wood fires, and so this fog hangs in the valley, and basically it makes me cough like a mofo. It's really, really annoying because I'm asthmatic, and so the smoke is just in the air, and there's nothing I can do about it. I've brought air purifiers, I've done all this type of shit, and unless I live in a bubble, I have to move from where I am, and I just can't move from where I am because then as soon as you move outside, it's just too remote. There's no internet, all that type of shit.
Cold and wood smoke.
Yeah. Well, I just wish multiple people die here a year. I wish they just banned them, but they won't.
Oh, but they did it in England. England went to a lot of the central heating stuff, if I recall. I know my aunts and uncles had to, get rid of their wood fires or their coal fires or whatever they're using and go to the
too many trees here.
Central heating routine.
There's too many trees here and not enough people. That's why they wouldn't do it. So, when you got a bigger population like that, there's not enough trees to go around. Anyway, we'll take some asthma meds. Hopefully that abates a bit, and I can breathe for a bit.
Yeah. So, what did you feel about the monthly report? It was
Yeah, we'll go through that when I can breathe. Give me a second. You bastard. Let me do one thing at a time, you son of a bitch. Right. Right, bot is up, so you should be able to get your questions in, guys. As always. Monthly report. All right, give me a minute. Still got a couple meds to take too.
Yep.
Oh, god damn it. Right, where is it?
Don't die. Paperwork's a bit
close, yeah. So I'm just going to go through it from top to bottom like that. And you can see it's kind of Spartan. So there's no gameplay feature team. There's certain teams that are just not on here. And they're all the teams that I'd kind of associate, maybe AIs and feature tech and AI content might be the only two that trickle over. But a lot of the single player guys are just not in here.
Yeah,
they're all busy.
It felt really, really sparse. Like, it's probably the first of the monthly reports that I've read where I thought, wow, there's nothing going on. And I wouldn't be surprised to find when the Squadron 42 monthly report comes out, it's got more in it. But
what was the? I must have closed it. If you go Star Citizen, what was it? Star Citizen Raelian. This Raelian is. So if you get, this is the original concept page, Algared, if you remember.
Yep.
I think you'll agree. See this top bit here.
Yep.
Is the one in the picture. Because you can see how you can see the pad there.
Yep.
Yeah. So I'm assuming, and that is a thruster, by the way. It's like a vertical thruster to push it up and down. So I'm just assuming it's the top of that. So it doesn't quite appear to be as angular as it used to be. See how it's very, I don't know. I could be wrong, but now it's got little fins on it.
The angle they've deliberately taken, but yeah.
Yeah, it seems like they've moved it somewhat.
Yeah, I kind of hope they haven't got rid of that kind of gorilla.
Oh no, I still think it does that, but what I mean, just the ship all over seems to have had more curves put into it. It's not as
sharp and
pyramid looking. It's not like, those straight hard lines. It's got some body and curvature to it. The other one, they've definitely up. This is the Kraken. Paul thought it was something else for a bit. It's quite funny if you watched him yesterday. But they've clearly detailed the shit out of that. Like, that has gone up another level since the last time we saw this in monthly reports. It's the same place they showed, which I do find interesting. They don't often do that. It's obviously from the front instead of from the side. So I did think that was interesting. But if you actually go through this, it's also really weird because most of the ships are unannounced. So other than talking about the Liberator kind of kicking off, and the Galaxy kind of seems a bit behind. So it looks like it's getting a rush job, to be honest with you, because it's only in white box. That's pretty far behind, considering we've got less than 6 months till it comes out. That's pretty far behind. So it tells me they're going to be using a lot of the pre-existing kit to get that shit done. But yeah, I just found that really interesting. It's like wait, you're in white box? Like what? And just to put him, like, they're starting the white box of the Liberator, and the Galaxy's still in white box. You see what I mean? And the Liberator's meant to be like AI, like 18 months away. So yeah,
but I think the Liberator kind of gets shoved along because of a lot of the stuff that I think goes with the Ironclad in terms of the cargo bay and the hangar and that type of thing. So I think there's a lot of crossover with those. The Galaxy, on the other hand, really leverages into that modular tech, I think, that came in with the, more of those modules and
let's hope it's working properly, like the
like
the Ironclad. The other one there that was interesting was the custom mocap. That makes me think of the Basher because it's more of a custom hit bash ship. Maybe it needed a special mocap. I could be wrong on that. But it also, if you think about the scale of the ship, if you talk about when you got bigger ships, it's obviously easy to get into a bigger ship because it's got an elevator or something. So it makes me also think it's like it's smaller or something.
If it's a custom animation to get in and out, it's a unique snub fightery type thing, and that kind of says,
unless it's a vehicle, it could be a vehicle
or light
too.
fighter, or a vehicle. But it does give you that impression of something very small. You're right.
Yeah, most of them, there's nothing you can really kind of go over there. Yeah. The only other thing I can think of that might relate to this actually was in the leaks, they did an extension to what was found. And one of the things was planned monthly ships for July and August were swapped due to unfortunate events relating to a developer necessitating a scheduled shift. So someone was sick or something, and so they had to switch the two ships around.
That could explain the Liberator Galaxy type thing as well.
No, that wouldn't affect it over that amount of time. This is like talking about like it needs to be polished just before the end of release type of thing.
Okay.
But then there was one other interesting line in here, which was the Kruger Stingray is the first ship planned to have 3 functional states in game. So you know the Scorpius can go backwards and forth, like open and close. So it's going to have 3 of them. So it'll like have a mode I guess it'll be a mode that it cycles between all 3 or something like that. Which would be rather interesting. The rest of the stuff there is the only other one. Actually, this one you might find interesting. The Olden will be sold again and will be sold regularly from here on in, making a return at AIE. The expected launch is at least 5 years from now.
Is that anything other than we expected?
No, that's exactly like it just shows you how far away space stations and all that shit is going to be.
Look, and I know people would say, "Oh, I didn't get the Odin. It's going to be sold again. It's going to be put on the, it's going to be sold just like a Javelin. Every major sale, you'll see the Odin come up in its limited sale, and I wouldn't be surprised if they guarantee that it's limited to one account, one per account. So if you've got one, you ain't getting a second one. That's.
Now, tell me if I'm wrong, Chad. I didn't see anything else really of interest in the monthly report. It is kind of fairly Spartan. If there's anything else you notice, let me know. We will quickly go on to the other thing I wanted to go over, which was the roadmap. And in the roadmap, there was one little thing that you might be interested in, Algared, which was I find this really weird. I always assumed but this is the super heavy suits. They are literally just bigger heavy suits.
Yes.
What's next? Uber suits? Tiny suits?
No, I would think after a super heavy suit.
Micro Mankini? Like where are we going here? Like, what is this shit? Yeah, I don't get it. I don't get the need to make it more complicated. Why is there now a 4th that...
Yeah, I see that suit. That just it reminds me of, I don't know why, but maybe the head and the collar just reminds me of a robot from When Time Stood Still, the alien.
But I'm not even looking at the suit. I'm just talking about like the functionality of it. Like, why is there a 4th category all of a sudden? And what does it benefit us? Yeah, I'm really confused to why this even exists. So I'd like it explained, basically, because again, it's coming out and it's not explained, and it doesn't what is the necessity for this? Like, is it just another layer of complexity, or I don't know. I'm just confused by it.
I could see the super heavy suit being initially brought in for boss mobs. That type of thing.
Yeah, but that's a player, bro. That's a player suit you can earn. Like, you can tell from the picture in the background. That's the one they use for all the armor sets. Like, this looks like an armor set you're gonna be able to buy. Basically, that looks like the store page.
Yep.
Like if I go to the store and bring up one of the other army images, it's basically exactly the same background.
Yep, and it doesn't look like that. Doesn't look that mobile. It looks almost very very slow.
That was my
As
thought.
you'd expect a super heavy thing to do.
So Space Pumpkin Dave says bridge the gap between heavy and Titan. That's where my brain went too. But again, do we need it? Because realistically, it's not that much bigger than a heavy suit. Like I could just see that as a heavy suit.
Yeah, it's certainly not flying a ship in that getup.
Yeah, so I don't know. Again, like, did it really need another category? I don't know. We'll find out in time, but it feels a bit like bloat. But you know, we'll see. Yeah, I don't know.
Yes, more stuff to fill out those expansion packs. Yes.
And then for someone like you, Algared, they put in a suit.
Yep.
With a tie and all that, so you can, you know, hopefully they bring out an Algared version, which is blue, and an Astropub version, which is purple or red. You guys can just play yourself in game. I feel personally attacked and offended that there is no hobo suit. And I'm looking forward to them to correcting it in the future. I say as a personal insult, personally. Anyway, right.
Well,
that's about it when it comes to news. It's very, very sparse this week.
Yep.
You know,
okay, that's it. We're done.
Yeah, that's kind of it. So it's kind of onto the questions. Like, we're at the eye of the storm, essentially, aren't we? Between two big sales, I guess you could call it. You know. But getting alien ships at Alien Week is actually going to be...
That's probably the biggest thing to look forward to, the alien ships. It'll be not, because the alien ships do tend to be a bit more unique, a bit more different.
Yeah.
And the Raylan certainly has that. Certainly when the concept it had both alien features for living in and human features. A bit like the Banner Merchantman has that kind of alien... the way they do things versus a human way. So,
and it's grown, like physically grown quite a bit. Yeah. So, but why did it grow, Algared? I'm going to give you a clue.
A variant.
No. Yeah, well, yeah, you got it right. But it's the Hermes Apollo all over again.
Yep. No, we've said it several weeks. You know, you look at the growth of the ship.
Yep.
And the increase in cargo, and you go, yeah.
Whatever this variant is, required a larger ship. I will bet money on it.
Look, I also remember the joys people had when the Connie grew. They said, one video they said, large ships are now flying like large ships, large and slow. And in the next breath they said, we were doing this on the Connie, we had to make this do this and this, and that means the Connie's now bigger. And everyone went, yay! And I went, no. It means the Connie's going to be slower and sluggish. And what happened? The Connie was slower and sluggish because it was now a large ship. So the Raylan may have been a beautiful, speedy little ship, but the second you increase the size and the cargo, it's gonna...
That's the cruel irony of it all. The Banner Merchantman grew in size. They made the Raelian to replace the Banner Merchantman, and now the Raelians grew in size again. Like literally doubled the cargo capacity. So does that mean they've got to go back now and make one to replace the Raelian?
Probably.
In a cruel twist of fate.
You know, but I could see them deciding to go, okay, we're increasing the size of the Raelian so that we can do these variants. Because that becomes the stock standard frame that you're going to use for the alien ships or for the Xi'an ships. Okay, fine. But it does give those problems, doesn't it?
Did we talk about when they talked about the Raelian that it was based on one of the ships of Space Odyssey? Did we talk about that? Did you and I go over that or not?
I cannot recall. It's a long time.
Because I did talk about it with Grim. Let me open these. So this is one of the ships, right? And I think this is the biggest contender, because if you just put a cross on the front, you can kind of see how that would go out the back, like an arm out the back, right? And this was hinted at the Bar Citizen that they had in, I believe it was in the Netherlands somewhere, right? The second ship is more of a space station, but I can see it possibly being in there because of the X's, right? And then the third one, because the last one's like some kind of lander thing, and it's just like this little, the fourth one is like a circular little pod, so I haven't included that. But then there's this one, which is also interesting because it's almost like a cuttlefish.
Yep.
But I can't see Raelian in any of those except this one. Where you just put the, the X on the front, and it's got some kind of arm that goes out the back.
I look at that ship, and to me, that's just a, I see that's where the Endeavour kind of gets its its life from. You've got the engine pod at the back, you got the cockpit at the front, and you've got this huge area where you put your modules on.
Blowbite says alien constellation ship when? Well, I'm going to be honest. I think the Raelian's pretty close. It's a 4 crew. It's just a cargo variant. It's like the Taurus essentially. It just doesn't have a generalist version like the Andromeda.
No, I'd agree with that. I'd agree with that. 4 crew. What was the original cargo of the Rail?
The 320, and it's gone up to 640.
And that was, at 320 at 4 crew. That would have been pretty much close to the,
Oh, well,
I think it's about 30 or 40 off from a Taurus. I think a Taurus is 195.
Yeah, something like that. So it was, it was a couple of about 100 more then. 100 bit more.
So that would have been roughly a Connie.
But I could be wrong at looking at the ships, because they did technically say a scene in Space Odyssey. So I could be wrong, but I took it as ships, right? But there's not a lot of scenes that. Well, it seems like it's linked to a ship. So I don't know. They said a scene in Space Odyssey, but again, I guess we'll find out next week. But yeah, I don't know. There's some people that are, I think, got a bit of hope in thinking it's a mining variant. Realistically, the only thing we've got to go by in the files is that it had what do you call it? Salvage arms.
Utility mounts.
Salvage arms.
Utility mounts were salvage
no. Yeah, salvage and tractor beams were attached to it. And then obviously is what other gameplay is required right now, and the only other one that we really kind of need right now to go from crafting to base building is refining. So some kind of refueler or refining, which I could see happening because of the Starfarer and the MISC tie-in. But honestly, I think you could safely bet it's something that we've already got in the game. I think if you just left it at that, so I'm not going to rule out mining completely, but there is nothing that points to mining, like zero. But yeah.
No, I gotta agree. Like, we haven't heard anything that says it's mining, but it's not new gameplay that's coming. It's going to be either refueling because they've just brought it in, salvage because that's kind of where we're at, or mining. That you've got your cargo, so you don't have to worry your cargo variant. So it's going to be one of those three. It's like,
I'm really interested to see how you can pull it off, because again, like you kind of look at how the ship operates. It's got to be something back facing. So if it's a miner, like, do you just fly over it and it's got lasers that shoot down? If you're a salvager, it's kind of in the same ballpark. So I'm really intrigued to see how it works. Or does it just change the two stations? It's got the two turret stations on either side. Do they become, salvage turrets or mining turrets or whatever it is? So it's going to be really interesting, because it's definitely going to be a lot weaker to combat than even the cargo variant, in my personal opinion. I'm really intrigued to see how, I like the little mysteries. You and I like mysteries, right? Like unfolding the mysteries, and that's why we do a lot of speculation. And we're wrong, like a lot, when we speculate, but it's still fun to do. I'm just intrigued to see what the little secret is here, with what they've gone for at the end of the day.
Yeah, no, it'll be interesting to see. Look, when I look at the ship, what one could I see in terms of industry, just the way it folds up? Could I see it as a salvage ship? Yeah, I suppose those, the arms at the front kind of give it like a shield. So if anything blows up, I could see that working for a mining ship as well. So either option would work.
See, I also go, did they tibber on it? And, we've got a star pattern here, essentially, or a giant flying X. Did they change it? Is it a giant flying triangle? Like two up the top, one down the bottom, or vice versa? One down the, you know what I mean? So it's a flying Y, or is it a flying triangle? Or, did they do something unique like that and change it somehow? And that changing of the arms essentially makes it so it can do more. I'm really intrigued because I just don't want it to be another Raelian with a different color. Because that's what I'm expecting. Here's your purple one, and here we go. We've got another orange one for you. Whatever. But That'd be bittersweet for Raelian owners. Come on, you've been waiting all this time for the Raelian. Oh, by the way, here's the variant.
Well, it's only bittersweet for the Raelian owners if the variant is better than the one they've got.
It might not be next week, Lemming, but generally it's been traditionally, Alien Week is 2 weeks after Defense Con. I just had a brain fart there. So we've had 1 week, so I'm expecting, I reckon we might hear about Alien Week at least, say they do an ISC or an Inside Star Citizen next week. I think we'll hear something by next week.
Yep.
I could be wrong. They may also release the pictures like they did for Defense Con.
I thought that, and I could be wrong, I could just be remembering wrong, but I actually thought Alien Week celebrated First Contact. I could be wrong.
You're right. So so you're saying it's the 17th, Lemming? Yep, that's right. Well, I guess it's 2 weeks then. I was wrong. Case. But yeah, there's no to talk about it because there's nothing to talk about this week because it is we are definitely in the eye of the storm. And this is the next good thing to look forward to. Anyway,
what's the other elephant in the room at the moment?
I don't know. Tell me what I don't know.
Servers are dead at the moment. That's
yeah.
The other elephant in the room is
the game
went down for maintenance and crickets.
Yeah, that is true.
So,
did we get another sneak peek this week, or am I already looking at it?
I think you may have looked at the sneak peek this week.
No, that was the monthly report. Hang on, I got it.
Okay.
I got it here. Give me a second. It's just loading. Come on. Everyone's waiting. Yeah, okay, that's definitely the Raelian. Not much to say there. That's a turret and it looks nice. Reminds me a lot of the Scout.
That turret reminds me a lot of the Fury.
Oh yeah. Well, there's definitely some ties in there, but the closest thing is definitely that Scout's.
Mm-hmm.
I'm kind of intrigued to see how it actually, and this is just my brain. You tell me if you think I'm wrong here, but I think it rotates to one side and then lines back up with this circle here, and then like the glass comes out and then you step inside. I think that's how it's going to work.
Yeah. Now, I can almost see the style of a hammerhead turret, the way it's going to pop out and spin.
Interesting that it's got one gun above and one below. That's kind of different firing pattern too.
Yeah, it would be interesting to know whether this is a ship they've actually gone for that, the snub fire to launch type thing. I know I'm living on hopium, always living on hopium.
Hey Grim, we did have a look at the Kraken thing earlier. It's definitely got a lot more detail in it than was in the last one, and it is interesting to see them show another photo of the same place but just from a different angle. They don't do that too often. Anyway, sorry, you were saying.
If you're free, Grim, you are welcome to come in.
Yeah,
you know that.
That's more than welcome.
If you're not traveling and you're not on the road and you're free,
Hmm.
you know where to come. We love hearing your thoughts and stuff. But yeah, I'd love to see. I always wonder whether they will go for that turret that launches as a snub fighter, because that's the type of thing that really gives a ship. You've really got to make a choice. Are we launching? Are we not launching? If we launch, we can project further, but then other ships are defenseless. And I know that Ben and John indicated they liked that idea. They really they claim they tried to do it, and it just didn't work on the ship they were working on. So, is it something they've kind of keep on the back burner and they try every so often? And is this a candidate for it? And if not, I think they need to look at the hammerhead and really give the hammerhead that treatment.
Interesting to see what happens.
It is.
This is not a really big kind of attacky ship either, because it's a blockade runner. It's probably more than most cargo ships, right? Yeah, I'm just really intrigued to see what the other ship is. Is it a completely, like, we're all not expecting a completely second attack ship? I'll be like, would you be really surprised if it was completely brand new?
Yeah.
Like let's just go. We're completely wrong here, and if this is if the Gattaca is essentially now, well, the Gattaca is like a large, like it's a Connie, but now it's got bigger, right? So what if there's one that's like the smaller one and the Raelians become the bigger one?
And it's the type of thing that would be possible, because as they've been building the ship, they go, we're building up the assets for the company and the race and all the rest of it. So as they're building, you could see the rationale and reasoning behind it.
Well, the rationale and reasoning is really simple. You've got the Saulian, and then essentially that's like a small. Wouldn't it make sense to have a medium and a large?
Yep. And as you're building them, you're actually building up the assets as well. So
exactly. Yeah.
It becomes. Why don't we just do them both and just keep? Yeah.
So that would be really cool. I would really like to get to original ships, but knowing the pattern of the last 2 years, I am not going to hold my breath. I think it is just simply a Raelian spin. And if they don't want to call it a variant, I'm just going to start calling them spins, because that's just what they are. They are a variant in everything but name only. I don't know. I think there's some great texture work there on the turret. It really is at the same level of the other alien ships like the Banner Defender, Saulian. I think the look of it will be very appealing to a lot of people. Just from the turret alone. You can look at the different finishes there, and the different materials. Yeah, I can see it being a very appealing ship to people. Right.
Yep. But it was a very cheap ship to start with. And I reckon it'll get the hull C treatment.
I think it'll be close to double. There are people on the grey market already trying to snuffle up as many upgrades that you can imagine, because they're expecting this thing to jump in price quite considerably.
Yeah, I could see that.
Right. With that, then, do you want to start on the questions?
Yeah, I'll just pull up the stream questions. Well, if we're really short, no, we got through all our questions last week. I was going to say, we could get through the questions we didn't get through last week, but we actually dealt with them all. Kill the first one, because that was
already
Nightbot's gone. You got rid of him. I was just about to get rid of Nightbot, which would have got rid of the
you're too slow. Yeah, you too.
Chris Kumasan says,
shit, I just deleted you deleted one and it made me delete one. I deleted a question from Rabbit. Son of a bitch.
No, I didn't actually delete one. I was about to.
Well, I deleted Rabbit's question. Rabbit, you have to ask the question again. Sorry, bro. I'm Algared. Wasn't me. It was Algared.
Yeah.
Rabbit, ask your question again. Sorry, bro. My bad.
Yep. And I'll pick it up and deal with it early. Okay, Chris Kuna-san says, good morning to both of you. Inforunners is now part of my Saturday morning. Well, we're glad that we're part of your regular viewing.
Yeah.
I need a load of 8 a.m. I need a load on the coffee for you guys doing great. That's the question. Are we doing great?
I need coffee to function. I know Algared definitely does.
Hell yeah.
He's like so I can like get up and go. I'm a bit more like a firecracker. He's more like an old steam engine that you got to warm up, got to stoke the fire,
get
it going, and then he slowly starts moving, zombie shuffle, and then into a full stride. So yeah, he's got to get
Execute
up.
On the other hand, he's a turbo.
Make a cup of tea and go.
Yeah.
I'll always get up and he'll be sitting here waiting for me. So hey, well, Lemming's here. How you doing, Lemon?
Yep.
Hi.
What are you up to?
Yeah.
I just figured I'd come around for a little bit.
So you're doing great.
Welcome.
Yeah, everything's good.
Because in fairness, we are the face of Inforunners, but there's guys like
There's the whole mod team behind us doing
and Lemming who are behind the scene, keeping everything run smoothly, and we just sit there and take the glory, So.
Rabbit, just asked you a question in Twitch and we'll answer it right now. Sorry, I accidentally deleted it. My fault. Hey, Rabbit. But yeah. Lemming, how did you find DefenseCon overall? I'd like to get your take on it because I like to give an example, like when we talked about the ships like the Tiburon, I knew that we were going to roast it, right? Because I thought it was terrible. But I was surprised how many people agreed with us in the comments. There's a lot of people that had the same conclusion. So I'll kind of ask you that and just give me the highlights for you, like the goods, the bads, and the ugly, so to speak. It would be so kind.
I thought that the actual daily war bonds were okay.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that the finale was probably the biggest disappointment of a finale we have ever had in the history of events in Star Citizen. Whoever came up with that finale, I don't know what they were thinking. It was.
I think they don't think don't think Lemming. They just do. Anyway,
it was one extra war bond that nobody asked for. I don't understand, but the ships. I think that the M80 actually came above my expectations. I think that is an absolutely beautiful ship.
Do you think it's probably too overpowered though compared to like other ships around it? As in, like it clearly has massive guns and it moves really quickly. When if you had a tanky ship like the Guardian, shouldn't it have more guns because it's moving slower?
With the flight model changes that we don't know about, we don't know how much things that are right now going to stay the way that they are.
Yeah,
so
I'll give you that. We could be wrong, as in we don't have the hindsight to see what they've got planned. Yep, I'll give you that.
Yep. Yeah, so I view it on the same level as the Guardian MX. It's just better shaped.
Do you see that? Because I'm thinking of Expat now. So Expat went through and did this whole analysis of the shape of the ship, and she thought the curves were all wrong. But I think the curves are kind of, and I don't want to say they're wrong, but they're deliberately kind of placed for a more bold statement. That they're going like with the 400i type of thing. Did you kind of find that they were going for a look?
Yeah, definitely. I think that the look of it is an updated look. It is it's an Origin moving forward look rather than the 600i, which is a very old ship. Kind of being, a little bit older, but still completely functional.
And what about the Drake ships for you? Did they hit it all or not?
I think that the Pitbull is a very interesting ship. It's very, what was that thing that was that I called the Drake do-it-all ship?
Clipper?
Yeah, Clipper. I think that it expands on the Clipper, and again, it kind of shows the direction that Drake is going in now.
Great.
It was what I thought it was going to be. It's a whole lot of weapons strapped to a little shell of a ship. I had no problems with it. I think that the refueler is an amazing ship.
Mhm.
It solves all of the problems that the Starfarer has.
Agreed.
And is kind of where my personal and came in at a shockingly low price.
Yep.
Most people were thinking that it was going to be 3 times that price.
Agreed.
And I think it's everything that you need in refueling and nothing that you don't.
Were you
yeah.
kind of surprised how it kind of dovetailed or worked hand in hand with the Starfarer too? That was a nice, pleasant surprise for me.
Yeah, of being able to use a Starfarer, well, in theory, as a refinery.
Yeah, well,
then
the sharing of the pods, basically.
Go and rip off the pods, and then be able to take your little gas truck out rather than moving the whole refinery. I thought that was really neat.
Okay.
It does mildly concern me with the modular on the Galaxy not having external fuel tanks. I think that's going to be very interesting to see how that goes. I don't think that I think between needing the drones for the base building on the Galaxy and also needing fuel pods for the Galaxy's refining, I don't know how much the Galaxy is going to look like the Galaxy that we saw a couple years ago.
Well, I'm still not sure the Galaxy is actually a base builder, personally. I think it's going to be a manufacturing ship, sure. Because that the module they did talk about, but
yeah, I'm going to be honest. Like, just there's no reason at this point to make another Starlancer build, right? And when you understand how variance and modularity works, the Galaxy just won't compete. And to give it a unique function like the ability to build vehicles and build smaller ships, it's a massive boon, because it'll be the only thing until another ship comes along that can do it, right? That can build vehicles and ships in space, because everyone else is going to have to build them down on planets.
Yeah.
That's a huge boon. I would take that any day of the week over the ability to just build more buildings. And when you think about it, you're going to be able to get those little pods and put them in any ship to build outposts and stuff like that. So there's going to be a lot, like they've literally said they want base building to be really accessible. So when you kind of think that all through, it's just going to be another cog in the machine. Or do you want it to be a separate, more unique thing? And I take the separate, more unique thing any day of the week, personally.
And I think that, I just remember Ben and Chris when we were talking to them, and not Ben and Chris, Ben and John when we were talking to them, and we talked about the Galaxy, and they said, but we never said, the module, we never sold a base building module. We sold, we didn't even sell a manufacturing module. So
the problem with that though is they basically showed the Galaxy with the Pioneer. And the other base building ships, right?
And that's where the problem was, isn't it? And
so realistically though, manufacturing does fall under fabrication and base building. So if they can basically move it more towards the fabrication rather than the base building, because that was what was stated on the website.
And that's where I've always thought they'd lean in that. I know chat was just saying they didn't CRG say it wouldn't be designed for drones. I can't remember them saying that, but that's always been the kind of impression I got.
Well, all base building at the moment is drones. All base building is drones right now. So what does that mean? So, what does it do? It builds a little room and drops it down the elevator? Like, it just doesn't make sense, right? So basically, you're essentially getting them to totally change the exterior of that ship to suit base building, right? Which compromises the other 3 variants, where if you just make it so it can build a vehicle in that room or it builds a ship in that room, it literally has an elevator, because we've seen it on the cargo module and we've seen it on the medical module, and we know a nurser fits in it, perfect size, and then basically it connects to the back cargo room, so it can also shoot out a ship out its backside. So it all makes sense.
Yeah. It
Yeah.
doesn't mean they're going to do that. No, it's just what makes perfect sense to us as we go through it.
What's the
But yeah.
compromise? Because it said manufacturing, so it's a part of manufacturing, but it's not base building. Bang.
Yep.
Um,
And that draws, and that was one of the things I still remember the way John and Ben reacted when we asked a question about being a base builder, and it was that.
All right. Apparently, we're getting yelled at in chat because we've talked about it too much. All right, fine.
All right, okay. Anyway, Rabbit's question.
But yeah, let's do it because we deleted it, so he gets kicked to the front of the queue. Go on.
So Rabbit's question is thoughts on the Basher being a version of the Clipper, but with W wings and bigger guns.
I think that's probably the one they talked about in the monthly report with the custom animation, personally. Because if you kind of bash them two ships together, it might change the height of it or something like that. But yeah. I don't know. What do you lead to with Basher, Algared?
I don't. It's a Drake ship.
It's not a Drake ship. It's a Grey's Market.
Oh, sorry. It's not it's a great. That's even worse.
Oh, wow. Tell us how you really feel.
Well, it's a Grey's Market ship. It's a kit bash ship.
It's even worse.
It's worse than Drake. You know, in terms of the way Drake was, you know, Drake used to be the ship where, you know, it cannot punch its way over a paper bag, you know, and it's got, you know, that type of armor. It was, and that the impression I get where they've moved Grey's Market and Drake's kind of entered the realm of a respectable young dealer, whereas Grey's is kind of that shoddy kit bash, slap it together type stuff. I could be wrong, but that's just the feel I've got. So, what is
the word? This probably means nothing, right? Because think about the Shiv. Doesn't really look like a Shiv, does it? Right. So I'm going to be honest. I think it basically means nothing. But the Basher is a dull weapon, so I'm just expecting some kind of attack craft.
So because a Shiv doesn't look like a Shiv, the Basher is obviously a blade. It's obviously a great big sharp blade. So. It's stealing the blade from a Vandal. I kind of, when we were muttering and musing the other week, you said, what if they got Vandal parts and kind of slapped them together to kit bash this ship? And you know, I'm warming to that idea. I could see it would make sense in a way to grab bits and pieces from
an alien human hybrid would be popular. Just tell.
Just using wreck bits and pieces. So yeah.
But realistically, I'm just expecting the Mustang Hornet thing or the Aurora thing. I think the Mustang's probably the more player usable of the two. And I also wonder if it leans into them having worked on the Mustang at all. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah. Well, the other thought is we've got the Pitbull, which is a snub. Is the Basher Grey's Market snub? You know, that would be a thing, and that animation that gives the idea of it being small kind of gives me that sense that maybe. But
well, it's the same thing as
Can I soapbox for a few seconds?
Yeah. Okay. Yes. Go.
Sig has spent the last 10 years putting a ton of work into ships, making ships that are pretty and that are functional. And I just think that Grey's Market is a huge step back for Sig. These ships that are just thrown together don't really have to make any sense, don't really have to have anything that resembles a ship. I just think it's a huge step back.
I think it allows them some artist flexibility. I think that's what they're hoping to go for in the future. You know, that they've lent into the they like the idea of the jalopy, the ability to like, and I think the body kits kind of speak to that they've done with the Shiv. It just allows them to go somewhere extreme, right? Like you know, to think creatively. And sometimes as an artist, you just want to move outside the box and try some expressive things, and I think that's kind of where they're going with it. And I can see in the future if they get some kind of crazy idea, like how me and Algared talked about the gummy shark, right? Or taking the hammerhead. Can you take the hammerhead and literally slice it in half and you know, put the back end of some other, I'm just going to pull it out my butt. I don't know what else. The back of the Banner Merchantman. So you can have like the wings of the Banner Merchantman, but the head of the Hammerhead. Something like that. Like, you know, some extreme combo kit bash thing.
Yeah, so I'm going to actually go off what Chris Kuba-Sans just said.
Yep.
Yes, I 1000% agree that Gray's Market is great for NPC ships.
Yep.
But I just think it's almost immersion breaking to have this highly engineered war machine and then this thing that is a bunch of other ships duct taped together. And that, yeah.
But that was the impression I got that Drake was back in the day. Drake was the
Right. Yep.
the raw bare essentials. You know, didn't have escape pods.
But now you can see Drake has gone up a notch, and
so you need something to fill that void.
Yeah, so allows Drake to go up a notch, and it allows Grays to go lower. So it's kind of like this trash look. Like it's almost like they call it jalopy, but I call it a junker look. Right? It's like a Star Wars junker look. You know, you've walked into Watto's crash yard and you're just putting shit together and making junkers. And I can see where they're going because of the necessity, and it also does really lean into the low, medium, and high tech really, really well. If you think about how Nyx is, right? They are in a desperate fight for independence from the UEE, and they are in a desperate fight trying to push back the Vandal. And as an Australian, right, a lot of per capita, right? I don't know if it's changing, right? But back when I was a kid, I remember in high school, they talked about per capita, Australia invents more shit than any other country in the world. And I remember our teacher asking, why is that? And there was only one kid in the class that could answer it. And the answer was because we are at the end of the food chain. Because everything has to be shipped out to us. We were way more remote than any other Western country. Right, and if you look at some of the things we've invented, like Wi-Fi, solar panels, they start here, but they go other places, and other people take them over. But the point I'm trying to get at, it's the same thing. If they are the mother of invention, is necessity. So if they are got their backs to two walls, they are penned in from both sides. What do? Well, we've got all these ships that are kind of half destroyed. Well, the engines of this one works and the cockpit of this one works. You can see why they're doing it that way. Now, also, the way you're looking at it, though, is you're looking at it, well, they just want to flip Squadron 42 assets and put them into Star Citizen. And I think initially, like with the Shiv and whatever the Basher turns out being, you know, the other ships out of Squadron, yeah, seems a bit cheap. I can see where we're going. But down the line, if they can get really creative with it, where you know, oh, it's like, well, it's the body of this, but it's got custom wings that we built. So then you can actually get a junker look that is custom. It's not just a Hurricane and a Cutlass bash together, or a Mustang and a Hornet bash together, but they also rebuilt their own version of the wings. And so it's like, you know, it's like angularly welded together and stuff like that. I think they if they go deep enough into it, I think it could be really cool if it's done properly. And I already like the body kit idea. Like if you go look at what they did with the Shiv, they look really unique. You can literally, probably more than any other ship in the game right now, make that Shiv your own. Because if you buy the I know it's $36, so it's not cheap, but if you buy the $36 and get all three kits, you can mix and match, and you can get some really interesting looks.
Yeah, so I think I would be better with Grays if they would have made the entire ship modular. So, like, go back to the N50 engine idea of just completely being able to swap out the engines on it. Mm-hmm. So if there were like 5 different engines that you could choose on your Shiv, and every Shiv was a little bit different, I think I would be more okay with it.
So you're more like,
but as it is now,
a little bit like the Connie, where you can have the Aquila front, or you could have the Connie front, but you times that by 5.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. And
so
if you wanted different engines, all the 4 engines at the back would change to a different arrangement.
Yeah, it's like straddling a weird line for me that I have, and it's sitting on the fence is I think what I have the problem of. So either go the scrapper look, but like mass produced scrapper look, I don't know, that's weird to me.
Yeah, so you're saying rather than it be cosmetic, you also want it to be the hardware and the hard points and all that type of shit.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, so you're going essentially saying go hard or go home.
Right, exactly.
I can see your point there. I actually think it would be better if it wasn't just cosmetic. I kind of tend to agree with that. But I also don't mind the cosmetic look either. So I actually think you could make the cosmetic look game wide, and then have it so the hardware is just an exclusively Grays market thing. But
yeah,
that is a lot of work. But it would definitely take Grays to a different level, and it would definitely make it a lot more appealing to certain people. I can see the appeal there. Algared, can you see the appeal of what he's essentially bringing up here?
No, I kind of see them doing that, and the balance of ship. But even one of the things that I was thinking about as you were talking about the way it, a place like Nick's where they're on the edge, they're not part of the UEE, they're wanting to keep their independence, they've got the Vandal, they've got what they need, industry ships and other things. I am tweaking the topic.
You're changing the topic.
I am tweaking the topic because it's the same type of thing that applies to places like Branna, where you've got the Tavaran out on the edge, and they've got their own independence, and they're going for that and building their own ships. And so, once they develop the way Grays goes, if they get that variety of different ships, it also means that goes into other outlying non-UEE provinces or non-UEE systems, because I think Grays really fits into that not UEE where you've got the established factories and supply lines. You've got to make do with what you got, so you're piecing things together. So it does fit. It really does fit with the verse and what we've got, and we're just seeing it at Nick's and we're seeing it in Grays. But and those ships do have an appeal.
So is something called rat rods, is that a thing that's just in the States, or is that everywhere? Have you ever heard of a rat rod?
The old new.
No, you haven't.
Slap together ships and
it's like really old vehicles, and people do all kinds of crazy things with them, and every one is different. So there would never be like a mass-produced rat rod, and that's kind of what I see in Grays, but then it's mass-produced and just destroys any heart that it has.
But I think that's why they've got the customizable bits and pieces, so you can get those bits and you can slap them and try and make it yours, because they are going for that job look.
It does make it a balancing nightmare to do the hardware stuff. So let's look at the Shiv, right? And let's just give a really simple example. Say you made a body module that essentially removed the entire back part of the cargo. So it's still just got like 2 struts or something like that, right? But it loses the entire cargo because now you got to rebalance the ship. You see where I'm going? Right? Like it all of a sudden it can move faster. You lose all the cargo, and then it's like, well, now how do you get into the ship?
Yeah.
So it literally is a can of worms.
It's the balance between
it is
what can be done effectively by the designers and the builders of a game without overloading the game with 50 billion zillion different variants of the same ship, and giving players that variety to make the ship their own. And that's the balance they've got to try and get. And but I can see the appeal of a Shiv and being able to put the different back, the different nose, the different wings on. I know when they were doing the Connie and they were talking about, and they were doing the damage stakes and talking about the nose and the neck and the body and the tail and making them so they all matched up, regardless of what size it was, so they could actually swap them around. And people lost their lost it because they would say, "Oh man, we're going to be able to put the Aquila's nose on the Andromeda," and but it was CIG really talking about, we're doing this for us. It enables us to build different variants, but that really got people excited because it meant we could, they were saying we can build our own ship the way we want. And that's what the Shiv and the components do. And I think that's what you're leaning into. And
I think the way you have to do it is that the body is the same, but certain pieces of it could change, right? So it's really hard. Like I've often thought about it quite extensively on how you would do it, and there is no easy way to do it. And so the only way I think you could do it is if you literally did limit it to one manufacturer.
Well, so go on.
No, I'm done.
Because I was going to say, it reminded me of the discussion on the Caterpillar. You remember the Caterpillar was supposed to have, you could have Caterpillar with only 1 pod, 2 pods, 3 pods, 4 pods, 5, 6. And they went, no, if we do that, it's like 50 billion ships. Let's just it's got 4 pods and the nose and the back. And they're all like that. And we can just change the interior pod because it means we're not having to create many variants.
It's a little bit like that, but it's different. It's more like, how do you balance around having 4 engines or 2? How do you balance around having 8 hide points or 4? You know what I mean? So essentially, it's like giving the player. How do you balance it, right? So like, you can only have the. So I want to have the module that has 8 guns. So therefore, I've also got to have the module that has 4 power plants. You see what I mean? So there are just going to be some combos that don't work either, and people are going to be pissed. Oh, but I wanted it to go really, really fast and have no armor. You know what I mean? So you quickly go into the area of unbalanced ships.
But even if you look at the Cat, if you were able to have a Cat with the same engine but only 1 module, that would have been, the balancing of how it flew and everything else. Every variant would have been totally different. So
yes.
But yeah, it's that whole how do you balance those variants and stuff?
Yeah, but what I meant is in you're essentially balancing kind of based on size and weight, right? So that's 2 factors, right?
But when you're changing the engines and the wings, it increases it. Yeah,
it's every factor. It's the speed, it's the roll, it's the damage, it's the components. It just goes to everything. And instead of just spinning 1 or 2 plates, you're spinning like 72, and it becomes an epic nightmare for them to balance something like that.
When you look at the Cat and what they decided to do with the Cat in terms of keepable length, and then just change the modules inside, you can see that's CIG leaning to that ability for you to be able to swap them in terms of their thinking, but then enabling them to ensure there's at least a baseline they can work with in terms of balancing. And I think the Shiv would take the same thing. I think, like you said, you keep a body that gives you that sense of our baseline, and then you've got the bits and pieces that change it a little bit either way. But yeah,
I think that's why they've gone down the cosmetic line, because you don't have to actually balance anything, but you can completely change at least the look and make it your own. It would have been nice to have because the next question comes to me is, if I pick particular cosmetics, does that change the way it flies in atmosphere?
Yeah. No, I asked that question as well when I looked at the wings. Does that change the way it flies in atmosphere? Does it make it less bricky? Does it make it more bricky? But yeah, it's all of that.
So I think one thing that would really save Gray's Market for me, and this can't be on the pledge store, but like you were talking about, like a modular that has 8 guns on it. So like have something that attaches to the Shiv that you give up something, but it adds more guns, but make that so that you can't pledge it. So like if somebody does destroy you, they take it. Like something like that.
I think that's the thing.
And maybe that's the plan.
I think that's the thing. You would definitely have to have modules that are balanced, and that would be the thing. By the time they do that, right, and I'm going to tell you right now, because of the way they're leaning, that's in the player's advantage, not in the interest of the devs, because it's all this work and they can only sell 1 ship, but they're essentially
that's true.
have to make all the modules for it. And if you look at the way they're leaning right now, they're varianting their asses off. Thanks for talking over me. But they're varianting their asses off. literally just going as many variants as they possibly can, left, right, and center. And it's just cheapening it all out. And that what you're saying sounds really cool, and I actually agree with you. It would be really cool, but they're not going to do it. They are trying to work smarter, not harder. And it's really obvious with things like the Tiburon and other things.
Yeah, it'd be a dev's nightmare. It's a
I didn't talk about the Tiburon. I 1000% disagree with you. I think that the Tiburon's amazing.
There's a door. Get the fuck out.
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah, I think
you're
that
wrong, but you're entitled to your view. Okay.
You're entitled to your opinion. Why do you think it's great?
I think that it solves so many of the Hammerhead's problems. It's a better use of the hull than what the Hammerhead is now. Having like a slow moving, hard to drive thing that's supposed to take out little things is silly, because they'll just not be where it is. This, on the other hand, is slow moving, and its job is to beat up big things. That's what it should be, in my opinion.
Yeah, but what does it pay for that price? And I think the price it pays is way too high. It's super weak. It's got to be babysitted.
Hello.
Hey, Grim.
Hope y'all are well.
The good things.
On the
on the Tiburon.
Yeah.
You know, I like it, but only because it's single-minded purpose. It's got a very specific role. It kind of doesn't do anything else really well in that space. It's vulnerable to some stuff, but it has a very specific role it was designed for, and I think it will play nicely within that role, and that's going to scratch the itch for somebody. It's not trying to it's not trying to like do multiple things or overcomplicate itself. I do appreciate every now and then a ship that's just like, it's got this one thing it's going to do, and that's what it's going to do, and you can do that one thing with it right now in the game. You don't have to wait 3 more years or anything like that. So for that, I like it. From a design standpoint, I actually love the exterior. I like when CIG sometimes just has fun with things, and with the Tiburon, obviously they were just like, we're making a shark ship. So I kind of like when they just like we'll put the airs down sometimes and just have fun with design. The interior, though, I would have loved some additional changes. I don't think they had to be like crazy different. Just things like maybe some different engine effects, some more pronounced color differences throughout. I really wish they would bring in the exterior decal branding into the interior of ships more. So for example, if you're in the galley area, the common area of the ship, it'd be really cool if like on the eating table it said like Tiburon or whatever, just really splash up the ship you're flying in at that moment. So inside was a little underwhelming, I guess.
Agreed.
Yeah.
I tend to look at ships a lot more on their function than anything else. I can take the look away. I can strip them back to essentially numbers and function, and it will have a place in game eventually. But as it is a fleet lock ship, you need a fleet around it, or it's stuffed. They essentially went back and added more PDCs to the Perseus, right? Because in testing it was dying. Right, and this thing clearly needs PDCs to even get remotely close. In fact, if you put a Perseus and a Tiburon against each other, the Perseus just wipes the floor with it, like it's gone.
Yeah. I will say I don't understand the PDC rule set that CIG is going with. I originally thought that kind of any of the large military. Well, I thought all the large military ships would get them.
It's whatever they say goes. That's how it works,
yeah,
bro.
That's true.
Yep, what we say goes. There are no rules.
Yeah,
That's why
I mean,
Polaris
It's
is a
very
Corvette,
clear, though.
and so is the Ironclad. Yet they're in
Yeah, it's
completely
very
different
clear.
size categories.
Yeah, it's very clear that it's coming down to them just deciding if the ship needs it or if they want it to have it. Like, there are no rules like, oh, military ships are going to have or anything like that. Like, for example, we've seen in the latest image, the Kraken has PDC. So what's essentially what they do is, and the Kraken's not a military ship. So they're just looking at ships and saying, okay, this really needs it, or let's not give it to it because we want to, have a good counter for it. So, so it's, on the PDC side of things, I think it's just going to be a sort of wait and see with each ship to see, if it gets them. So,
like I look at the Tiburon, and it's, as we said, it really is. You got the Hammerhead at one end that's fighters, and this thing has been made to be a fleet ship that's in doing things like tactical strike groups and being able to take on the bigger ships and do damage to them. It really is enabling small orgs or small groups to have that 5-10 weapon to do damage. But the trade-off is, whereas the Hammerhead's weak against bigger ships because it's not really able to do the damage, supposedly, this is weak against fighters because it doesn't have a fighter defense. And it really tells you they are both fleet ships. They are both have roles in a fleet, not necessarily roles for flying separately.
They ironically need each other.
Yeah.
Yep, they do.
Yeah. But again, it's the same reason why the Hammerhead's not that popular. I think the Tiburon in time will be exactly the same.
Mm-hmm.
It seems really cool right now to have this massive laser. But through the testing and talking to people, it's like take a Perseus or take an Idris instead if you want. And especially in the game right now for the crew count that's kind of required on it. That a lot of the groups that I asked to test it were struggling against fighters in PvE. So you dial that up to PvP. Yeah, this is a ship that's always going to need babysitting. Yep. Not a ship for me.
I think if you go back to the Perseus concept reveal video, the ISC, you go back to that video, John Cruz specifically talks about fleet gameplay and fleet makeup, and their entire announcement of the Perseus at that time, which it didn't have PDCs and other things at that time, but when they announced it, they talked about it like filling a specific role within the fleet. Now, the Perseus has turned out to be a really good kind of all-rounder, and people are using it as such, but I have to think that CIG internally does look at some of these ships as like specifically fleet oriented, future gameplay type ships.
So there's a couple of people in chat talking about balance. Yeah, the Tiburon is balanced, but because it's balanced in a way where it's got to be up at one end, lower at the other, that gives us so many, like it just, you come up to the weakness and you go punk and the whole thing falls over. Right, where if you have something that's more balanced, when you touch it, it kind of just goes like this, and that's got what so when you talk about the Tiburon, it's a glass cannon, if you know the vernacular, right? And the problem with glass cannons is they have a clearly obvious weakness, and that weakness is really easy to exploit, right? Now, when you're looking at a ship like the Tiburon, its clearly obvious weakness is it's going to suck in fleet battles because it's just so weighted to this massive railgun that you can send your most popular ship as in the fighters, and they can just shred this thing in mere seconds, right? So why wouldn't you, if you're talking a numbers game, right, you want to get their numbers down as soon as possible. What are the first ships that are going to go? The ones with the biggest weaknesses. And which weakness would you prefer? The one where you have less ships that you're weak to, or the one that you have more ships that you are weak to? And the Tiburon, unfortunately, is weak to more ships than, say, the Hammerhead, as an example, right? That's the innate problem. This is the first ship that you go for, type of thing, and that's the problem with this ship. It's designed for fleet battles, but it's also the first ship that's going to be targeted in those battles, and that's what it's almost like a double entendre. It's just it's waiting to die. And then I get into all the issues about the pilot gun, how it focuses the pilot and he can't see his peripheral. He's not concentrating on defense. He's fully concentrated on offense. You almost want your co-pilot in third person going, shit, they're coming in, like that type of thing.
Yeah. It's also important to remember asymmetric fleet gameplay too, though. I mean, it's easy to think of like big combat fleet versus big combat fleet, but there's, this ship and other ships may appeal to people that are flying along with their small fleet, and they're specifically hunting industrial fleets or whatever, groupings of ships out there that the Tiburon will perform really well against. But again, versus a full-on combat fleet, this ship's going to have some serious problems.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You would pretty much need a hammerhead glued to this thing. Like glued.
Yeah.
I actually think it's a little bit different when you're talking about fleet battles and like the tactical strike groups. I think you send in the hammerhead initially to clear out fighters, and then once a lot of the fighters are taken care of, then you tell your Tiburon crew to warp in and get into the fight at that point, so that it's kind of like waves. So this isn't a tip of the spear. This is, what you bring in after things have been cleared.
But when you have the crew count of the hammerhead and the Tiburon, and you just put them together, wouldn't you just put that in another ship? Wouldn't you put that in an Idris or a Kraken or whatever other ships that they're going to make up down the line? And when you
I don't think anybody wants me to rant about the Idris, but
when you start talking about it as a numbers game, that's what it becomes. When you've got to have a whole second ship to defend a second ship, it blows your numbers out.
And I know you may not like the Idris, but and that's whether and you look at those two ships, they're what, $600 a pop, so it's $1,200. That's basically the cost of an Idris.
Exactly.
The same number of people on both those ships can crew the Idris, but the Idris also has 10 or 11 PDCs, which gives it another layer of defense.
And the hangar with ships in it as well.
And it's got the hangar which you could use for fighters. So it becomes a better usable ship rather than two. And they're those types of things that get weighed up and down. And but look, I can see why the Tiburon's been made. It's been made purely as a fleet ship. It's not a necessarily a ship for flying around and
clearly the primary resource in this game is going to be people. And when you kind of work that all through, and then being a primary resource, you're going to want to spend them in the right spot. And yes, you might not have an Idris at the time, and so a Tiburon might fill the gap. But again, when you're going into fleets, I'd rather instead of having an Idris and a hammerhead, I can't see the need yet, like unless it's price, right? Of why I'd want a Tiburon and a hammerhead over just putting everyone in even in an Idris right now. But I'm sure they're going to be other ships, right? So let's just say, for argument's sake, they make a Polaris-like Anvil Corvette, and it's just covered in guns. And it's just guns. Well, I'd rather take that, wouldn't you? Because then it's a more of an all-rounder or somewhere in the middle. And again, that may or may not come, but you get my point, right? Like, why would I want two extremes when I can have something more all-rounder? Kind of like what Grim was saying about the Perseus. It's more in the middle, and it's become more of a general good workhorse. Yeah, sorry, Grim, you were gonna say.
It does make me the Tiburon, well, the Hammerhead and the Tiburon at this point, because I was thinking that the Hammerhead was going to get a couple of things changed in its gold standard pass, especially PDCs added, but now we see it didn't. The Tiburon didn't. It really makes me forward think too. So we don't have a lot of large and combat focused ships still in the backlog. So I go to the Nautilus, and I don't think the Nautilus is going to get PDCs. I think they're going to keep it very focused on what it's supposed to do. You know what I mean?
Can I just interrupt you? I actually think you were right. You talked about the Hammerhead getting a kit. Yeah. It did. It was called the Tiburon.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. Yeah, it makes me wonder if these large Aegis combat-focused ships, including the future Nautilus, are supposed to be, very, have some big downsides. Now we know the Javelin's got PDCs, Idris, Perseus, Polaris, stuff like that, but beyond the Nautilus and the Javelin, and I guess you maybe could include the Kraken, but there's not a lot of combat-focused capitals or large ships even left for CIG to do. So, the PDC thing might be pretty limited in the future.
We'll see.
Just going back to that PDC talk.
PDCs were literally meant to just be on capital ships. Was it? So the only one that kind of really breaks it right now is the Perseus, because the Reclaimer's capital, though it's not meant to be on some industry ships, but it was promised. The 890 jump is a capital, so it's totally fine. So the only one that really breaks is the Perseus.
And the Phoenix with its...
Oh, yeah, that was promised too. Yeah.
And that was promised as well. So,
yeah.
But the Reclaimer gets them because it was a capital ship.
I'd expect them to see them on things like the Endeavor and the Crucible if they get upgraded to capitals.
Yep.
I'd probably even expect to see some on the Liberator, because it's got such a small crew count, and then it allows you proper air defense. If that's going to be a forward operating base, it allows it to defend itself with a smaller crew count and operate like a base.
Yeah, I think we should get them on ships like the whole D&E as well. Again, I just think about, okay, you're MISC, you've worked with Aegis before, so you've done combat-related industrial ships before. You're making this giant Holy that can carry the most cargo ever. You wouldn't spring a few dollars on the manufacturing line to throw at least a couple of PDCs on there. It just, you hope that they would, just from a common sense standpoint.
It flows in with what we just said. Capital ships get PDCs. The E&D are capital ships, so it would flow into that mindset. So
they're saying there are PDCs on the Liberator, but I'm making sure there's enough on there. You know what I mean? Like it. We'll see what happens, but Right. Next question.
Next question is from Bowler. Bowler says, what company logo do you want on your Genesis Starliner? Yes.
I want Old Man's Hurston's slave trading. Yeah.
He wants Uwu.
Yeah.
He wants Uwu. I want Evercrack. Evercrack sold here. Get your Evercrack.
Grim wants the Reapers of Death, I think. Is funeral services.
Old Man Hurston's Tavaran.
Yeah.
Yes. TFC.
Lemming just wants. I don't know. What would you have on yours, Lemming? Yeah, Origin jump works. Yep.
I think something funny like Big Benny's or something like that.
Yeah, noodles sold here.
Yep. Noodles.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Red Samurai. Do you think ships with jump seats will also be able to do transport gameplay, kind of like with Genesis and E1 Spirit, just with much lower standard? Yep.
Yeah, it's just another form of cargo. It's just people. That's how we've always looked at it.
The Starfarer back in the day.
They're a commodity, commodity like anything else. So you've got, transporting of fuel, liquids and gases, cargo, and people. And I have no doubt in the future there will also be animals as well.
Yep. First time chatter on Twitch has a question. Dahiton says, I had the Genesis for quite a while. Want to melt it. Not sure what game loop will ever work out. Or that game loop will ever work out. More comment.
It will.
Yeah, it will, but you are essentially waiting for AI, so it does kind of put it down the road.
And the variants that, the kind of modules that were, or options you were going to get with that have been melted off as well. So the Starlift is kind of its own ship now with the Hercules and
a lot of ships they come back and rework too. They do get a real blow up, so to speak. So if you're patient, you might get something nice. But you've got to think about the gameplay, right? You're going to be dealing with a crowd of people, and it's kind of like you're going to be interacting with that crowd, and you know, are you giving them food? You're going to be solving their problems and stuff like that. That's the type of gameplay you're going to look at, right? And then it'll be that, you know, you go down to the business class on the E1. You know, the AI will probably kick up a notch, and you'll probably know them a little bit more intimately because there's only, what, 6 to 8 people. I think it's 6 people on that, but yeah. And then when you go up to the VIP one, it's like a one-on-one action. Like it gets a bit more intense. So there's different levels on how you're going to be interacting with those people. And I think that's just kind of how you're going to look at it. It's going to be for a lot of people that want to do interactions. That's kind of what I get out of it.
I think for me, it's not necessarily whether a game loop will be there. The question is whether the game loop is the one you want.
Yep.
If that's the type of the game loop you want, then yeah, that's probably the ship for you, because it's the pinnacle of that style of gameplay. But you know, if your preferred gameplay loop is mining, then the Genesis Starliner is certainly not the ship for you. Unless you're got Pokemon syndrome, in which case you're suffering.
You guys want to drop in at all on the Genesis? Should he keep his Genesis, or should he jump ship?
It's a tricky one, because that's a ship that just so many question marks, not only just with the ship, but with the gameplay as well. So that is a really tough one. I mean, even some of the other really old backlog ships, we kind of know at least what the gameplay is supposed to be and stuff, but I'm still a little shaky on what CIG is thinking about when it comes to passenger gameplay. But sorry, go ahead, Lemmy.
Yeah, so I'm actually going to go the other way. So the Starliner was sold as a, quote, very expensive ship for what it is, because you're going to be able to make money from it from day one. I don't think that's changed. And I think, given its price and where it sits right now, that is no longer an expensive ship for what it does. So I expect it to probably whole C in price. Add probably $200, maybe more. Price of a Carrack.
I do have a CCU to one for that exact reason. I've got one just sitting in my hangar, and it's been there for a couple of years now. Like a lot of these older ships, look at all, like, and I don't have to list them all off, but, you know, Hull C, Ever, Crucible, blah blah blah, right? They go massively up in price, and they get massive glow ups. You know, even if the gameplay is not for you, there's a way to leapfrog forward. But also, I think a lot of the older ships were kind of, how do I say this, overpromised, as in they have a lot more gameplay than a lot of the newer ones that come in, like where they seem to be really refining and smoothing out,
making it
and spreading it as far as they can with the newer stuff. They had it all kind of real bunched in, and they were a lot more generalist, you know. And I think back to the concept of the Genesis, and Algared, you can probably talk about this better than I can. But they, you know, all the variants they talked about, they had a marine variant, they had a vehicle variant, and all this type of stuff. And it seems to have kind of been split out and put into the Hercules and stuff like that. But if any of that comes to pass, this is quite a modular ship.
Yeah, well, it was seen as a modular ship, as you said. So it'll be interesting to see what they do. But as you said, it's one of the old ships. It's, you know, and it's probably the one ship we know least about. But as Lemming said, you know, when it came out, Ben was one of the people who said the reason this ship is so expensive, the reason it has been priced at $400 instead of $250 or whatever it was the simple fact that this is a ship you're going to be able to make cash from right from the go. You're not going to have to mine. You're not going to have to sell, refine. And that was a big plus. I'm using my Starfarer at the moment to do fuel missions, and I'm making money hand over fist.
But to
make that money, I got to buy a bit of fuel. This thing, yeah.
For the 15th person that's messaged me, we've talked about this already.
Yeah,
I've had heaps of people messaging me about the turret, but yeah. Anyway,
But yeah.
All right, next question then. You ready?
Next question is from Skeleton Hunter. Do you think CIG will offer transferable ship warranties for crafted ships as an additional subscription perk in the future?
I don't know why they would give something exclusively that's gameplay related to a subscriber. That sounds very pay to win to me. I think there would be blowback to that, to be honest with you. Subscriber perks should only be cosmetic or non-gameplay.
That was what they always were supposed to be.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Right. Yeah, next question.
Yeah, Chris Kumasan said, super heavy suit might be good for a gunner on a ground vehicle taking exposed damage.
Oh, that's true. What if it's but that just sounds like Titan suit to me. Are you allowed to carry like really heavy guns or something?
I think there's a middle ground between super heavy suit and Titan suit.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to see the reason for it, and I just don't see it. Like, why didn't you just go straight from heavy to Titan? Why make this weird, bizarre middle ground and call it super?
I would say for profile. Like, I mean, think like Space Marine versus God, what are those big things called? Dreadnoughts, I think they're called.
Yep.
And I mean, yeah, a Space Marine is quite a bit smaller than a Dreadnought, so you could still go into either very dangerous or very toxic things without a huge mech suit.
I guess I'm just hoping they'll give us more details on why it needs to exist. To me,
That's fair.
Just the name super heavy, it feels like it's been pushed in there. Instead of like light, medium, and heavy, and then you go to a mechanical suit, why is it super heavy? You know, like, it just,
yeah. Thank you, Rabbit. Yeah, so it's kind of like a Terminator in Space Marines.
Yeah.
Just can do quite a bit more than what a Dreadnought can.
Kind of like a hybrid.
Yeah.
We'll see. We'll see.
Yep. Chris Kunasan says,
yeah, go ahead.
Chris Kunasan has a question. They say, do you think the Raylan alien tech will help with heavy loads loaded onto it? When weight is a factor, will the Xeon tech help? I hope it has decent maneuverability for its size.
Yeah, that's a really interesting question. We know that the Xion kind of, because of their thrusters, they kind of move and articulate in any direction. It might make it easier to park. That's about all I can think of. I can't see specifically how it helps with cargo, though.
We also know that they apparently have more efficient gravity generators, so that might be a way in which it helps with the cargo. Certainly loading, I think we'll see that.
I think the one you and I talked about with how it kind of folds down to the floor.
And uses tractors to kind of suck it all up or whatever.
I hope we're right in that. But no, it doesn't need tractors. It's just got loading. Just got the floating tank.
Whatever it does, it just
I just think
kind of sucks it into place type. Yeah.
Well, you've got the steps on the floating anti-gravity stuff, right? So basically, you just have the pods come down to the ground, and there's just two states. They come down, you fill them up, and then it just goes back up.
And then they go.
But regardless, if that's the way it's going to turn out, now we got nothing to say that that's how it's going to turn out, but it's the most logical choice based on the tech they have and how the hell are you going to load all the pods and put them up individually? It'd be an epic nightmare. It'd make loading that ship just worse than any ship that exists.
Yeah, and doing it on the ground, it's still going to be time consuming, but it would make it So much easier than trying to load.
The only one I can think is if you could individually bring down the pods that you want. So if you actually have a complete manifest, you can go, right, we only need these 4 pods, and you just click, you go click, 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 and they just those 4 come down. You know, but I think the initial state is they'll just all come down and they'll all go up. In the future, it could be really, really interesting.
So yeah, it would be nice if Xeon Tech really does.
Sorry, back.
Right.
So I don't know if Sig is listening or not, but I hope that they realize that keeping the ships hidden from us and not show us anything about them. I hope they learn something from DefenseCon, because I don't think any of the ships came in a good state, and it's because they didn't let us do anything with them before.
No feedback, no nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, agreed.
And it's a worrying pattern because I saw it first with the Starfarer. Starfarer, sorry, the Star Lancer, right? And we've seen it again with other ships. I know you don't like leaks because you want to do these fancy sales and stuff, but at the end of the day, none of us give a shit about that. We want good ships. And essentially what you're doing is you're making it so that you think you know best. And I think you're now kind of proving that you are willing to learn that you have to get better. I get that part, but I don't think you know best. I think you're still learning. And I think that the thing that shows that I would put back to as evidence is what you did with the Perseus and the Polaris, where you learned about the signage. So I think you're showing that you are willing to learn and you still need to learn. By the same token, are you going to learn faster on your own, or are you going to learn faster with feedback? And I think we'd all agree you learn faster with feedback. That's simple.
And I get it. It's that hard thing of, the old freelancer feedback.
Yep.
No, do it this way. Do it this way. It's better. No, we've tried it. It doesn't work. No, it will. It will. Fine, we'll do it. No, it doesn't work. Go back.
So there's a couple of people in chat that are saying that like they want to keep things secret, and I would say that that's literally the opposite of what they did this year. We knew about everything a couple of days beforehand. Yeah. However, we didn't get to actually use it. Like we didn't. Like we knew about it. Like they posted pictures about it. They teased us on it. So when it gets to that level, when we know about it 100% confirmed, just put it on the PTU and let us play around with it. I promise you, we will find the problems with it.
I think by then a lot of it's too late though. Anything that's like a layout issue or anything like that. I think the advantage of concepts was you getting feedback 2 years in advance.
That's true.
And it gives them time just to sit with the ship internally, even if it's up on a shelf. The concept documents, the concept mesh and stuff. It gives them time to sort of marinate in what it was and where the game is now. And I think that gives you at least some sort of compass bearing, where when you just start a ship from scratch, you're just, you truly are hoping it lands,
If you were to, and I'm not talking content creators here, by the way, I'm talking like regular folk. Like, do you remember how we did the professional point of views, Algared? And I'd like go out and I'd get like a geologist and a guy that worked in a mine, or the hardest one was the scanning stuff, where I found the sonar operator and I found the guy that worked in the submarine, and we went through all the different. So there was a radar operator and a sonar operator, what I found, and they talked about how it worked underwater, and on land and all that type of stuff. So there are people in this community that know shit, right? So if you put the call out saying we are going to make a ship about, we'll just use the examples of it, mining or scanning, you could literally go out and verify that these people know what they're talking about, get them to give you feedback. They would happily sign NDAs, and you don't need a big, you could get 3 or 4 of them. Your CIG, you can have more pull than what I've got, right? And if I can find them relatively quickly, I'm sure, I'd help you find them if you want help, but I'm sure you've got people that can help you do that and give you the appropriately required feedback.
I think, sorry, Algared, go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
So we know they've done that because the law team used to do that in terms of the suns and the planets and the things in the systems. They'd go to their astronomers and they'd and do all that and get all the stuff to build their worlds.
I agree with you, but I don't think the ship team is doing that.
No.
Like, have you ever heard of a military advisor helping them with any of their combat ships? They would have talked about that. They never have.
Well, you know what I really wish CIG would do one day, and I think it would make for good content. I would love for them to pick a ship, just one ship. Maybe it's a substantial one that has a lot of work to be done on it, so a large or cap or something like that.
Mm.
And when it goes into pre-production, have, or maybe concept, have someone from Jared's team just interview one of the people working on the ship once a month over the 12 months that it's, or 18 months that it's in development, whatever, and essentially put together, when the ship releases, you put together a 20-30 minute long expose that follows the ship through development, the highs, the lows, all that kind of stuff, because it would be really interesting to see how ships travel. We have the graphic version that shows the ship pipeline, white box to gray box to this, but it'd be really interesting to see what that looks like from a working standpoint.
Yeah.
Because CIG's made several jokes even recently on the Odin behind the scenes. They made this joke again where they kind of said, oh, we'll put the Anvil team on it, where they were making a joke that there is no like manufacturer teams, but it's like, well, let us see how collaborative it is, what parts are the challenging parts. It would be really cool to sort of see that side of it. And again, it would just be content you'd have to start early and just grab 5 minutes of footage once a month.
Who's giving
for the duration of production?
How are they taking feedback on board? Who's making the final calls? All this type of stuff. Because
see how Chris responds to it in the presentation. That'd be really interesting.
Yep. Like if it's just one person having the final say, well, then I don't think it needs to. I think you. So Luxury was literally saying in chat. He literally said, CIG used to have an actual tank driver that was a member of staff, and they didn't listen to him about the tonk.
Yeah.
And I know from all the military boys I hang out with, there was a bunch of them that drove tanks, and they all hated it. They cracked it. Like if you go back and look at the review we did on it, we did it with 3 different tank people. And by the way, one of them was he's like a global tank guy that goes around and teaches other people how to use tanks. He's the tank savant.
Well,
that we found, right? And if he says it's bad, the thing is shit, right? So like that's like a teacher that teaches teachers type of analogy, Algared, right? Yeah. So if he if he says tanks are bad, they're bad. Anyway, sorry, Grim.
And the reason, the other thing, just to play devil's advocate for CIG for a second, the reason I think some of us and the players at large can be so hypercritical on these ships, and sometimes it's major issues with them, but sometimes it's minor issues with them, like when we talk about the Tiburon with no PDCs or what have you. The reason we're so invested in them is because in general, on average, they make really amazing spaceships.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The CIG ship team is second to none in the gaming world. So
it becomes
when there is something
flaw.
Exactly. So when there is something wrong, you're like, oh God, there's so much about this ship is amazing and the best thing I've ever seen. And then there's this one thing that sucks, and I think that's, and sometimes that's by design, where it's when we're talking about like the back end of the Apollo, right? Sometimes that's by design. And then sometimes it's just an overlook, like in regards to the Polaris and the I guess that was by design too, the inside decal work. So
sometimes it's deliberate by design, but also sometimes it's like they would never make it that way. And I think you've got to realize there's a design part of it and there's a realism part of it. And I think the flaw with that, I will say, from some military people, and I'm just using them as an example, so don't take this as a slap against military people, is realism really takes over for them, and they need to step back and realize it's a game as well. And so you do need it as feedback, because you've got to take it as a weight and go, right, well, how does this actually affect the gameplay? And that's the translation part, and that's the part that takes time, and that's the part that makes feedback difficult to essentially analyze. You can't just go take it as gospel. You've got to sit there and critique it, and sometimes they don't want to deal with that, you know. And am I getting feedback from the right people? You know, everyone, if everyone wants to weigh in and everyone's got a different take, you get that too many cooks problem. And so I think that they've just realized that look at all the things that went along the way. I remember talking to Algared about when they did that thing with a freelancer Algared in the cockpit, and I said, don't do this. They're going to stop talking, and that's exactly what happened. And ever since then, they've done less and less talking all the way along. And I was there on the day going, just shut the fuck up. If you keep fucking pestering them, and this is wrong, and it was wrong, and that was wrong. They'd been sharing absolutely everything up until that point, and then they started to backseat develop. They said, "Nah, this cockpit is shit," and they spent I think it was 2.5 days remodeling it.
And then the community, no, you're right. It's
CIG said they were wrong, but we'll do it because you said to, and then they went, "Oh yeah, you were right. It is wrong." And then ever since that day, CIG's like, "No, we're not listening to anything you fucking saying." And
absolutely.
And that's the problem. You go on Spectrum now, and it's just all negativity. There is no appropriate place to. It's kind of like a formed opinion, right? Everyone's got an opinion, but I think, like if I was talking about a particular subject, I would be more informed than like if we were doing teaching, Algared would have a formed opinion. I wouldn't have a fucking clue, right? It's that thing. So you need to go around and talk to the right people to get the right ship feedback, and that again takes time. I just don't think they got the time to do it.
We do see the process of the ship process from concept at times in Jump Point when they do the ship. Let's have a look at and it's snapshots of this is what we're doing. What did we choose here? You get a bit of a Q&A of who did what they thought, but it's still not as detailed as Grim is suggesting, and it'd be nice to see that in more detail.
What I'm getting at, Algared, is how do you go that feedback? So we put a call out for builders because we're building a base building ship. Who's going to come in and lie that they're actually a builder just because they want to give feedback, and who's actually going to, how are you going to prove that you're an actual builder?
Yeah,
I'm not suggesting get builders to build base building, but I'm just giving an example. But
well, I get what you're saying, but one of the best ISCs, I think it was ISC, the live thing they did, was the one when they talked about let's create an animal, and they got the whale, the managers on, and they did the whale, and the community was we want that, and as the community was saying, the leads were saying, okay, we can do that. Now we can do that, but it's going to take this much time. And the community said, oh no, we don't want it that long. We want it shorter. Yeah. Okay, then we can do, and it was a really good design example of going through that first iteration of what we want to what we're going to get. And that was a really insightful video or episode. I wish they did more of those.
Yeah.
Do one with a ship rather than the.
But a lot of those episodes over the years were done like they were happy accidents.
Yeah.
They didn't know. Yeah. Because they literally started out going, this is going to be the most boring episode ever. And it was one of the most rewatched episodes they've ever done because it was really insightful and it showed people a different perspective. It
showed the process, didn't it?
Yeah. It was literally how is the spaghetti made type of thing.
Yeah, on that topic, I would love to see them, I would love to see one of the ship concept meetings.
Yeah. And
put a disclaimer on it saying absolutely nothing here is gospel.
Yep.
Absolutely nothing here is gospel. But this is how it works.
I think what both you and Grim and all of us are kind of saying is we want to see how a ship is built warts and all from beginning to end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it doesn't have to be a big ship, but I don't know. I just want to know what feedback is taken in and what feedback isn't. It seems really strange to me. If what Luxury is saying is true, if you literally had a tank operator working at CIG, and he's saying this is a major issue. Why the hell wasn't he listened to? That just seems like,
or like even just stuff like, okay, you're making I don't know, you're making a new mining ship or salvage ship, whatever it is. I would love to see the meetings where I assume you have a touch base with the gameplay features
Right,
team
yeah,
or the
exactly.
gameplay team. What is that conversation like? How do they view the ship, or do they view it at all? Like, I would, again, going back to the thing, I'd love to see the CR meeting where he gets to give the thumbs up or thumbs down on something. I think that would just be interesting in general. And I'm someone who thinks CR's decisions on ships are usually the good ones, because he's changed a lot of them for the better.
the one thing
know.
I'm thinking of that I got to weigh in here is, remember, Algared, when we asked them where does it start, and they literally said it's handed down by the design team and we make what they request. So my thinking is also, it's not just, this is not all on the ship team, right? This is on the design team too, like, because they are designing the gameplay and the ship team are building the tool essentially for what they're requesting.
They get told, we need a mining ship.
Yeah, so this is not all on them, right? It's not all on the ship team. This is clearly multiple teams, and I'm wondering if it falls into that communication area. You know, who's making the final call on how it works? And I'd have to say, if it's a gameplay, then that tells me it's design or gameplay features. It's not the ship team. They are just making the vehicle, not the function.
Yeah, and then again, extrapolate all this throughout. You talk about the gameplay and function. Again, love to see the QC team. How do they test the ship? You know what I mean? Like, what does that actually look like? So, just all that kind of stuff would be so fascinating to see.
Yeah, that's true. So Waxtree saying in CIC's defense, he was a whiny bitch. I didn't listen to it half the time. Yeah, well, again, if he's a squeaky wheel and over gave them feedback and then became very insistent, well, then they just wouldn't listen to it. So you have to learn how to give feedback. You've got to give constructive feedback. You can't just go, this is shit. You've got to say, this is what's wrong with it, and this is how I suggest you fix it. Because how do you improve? Like a lot of people say, execute, you're a dickhead. Well, that doesn't help me improve. Tell me why I'm a dickhead, and then I can improve, right? If I so choose to.
So I would love to see SIG do focus groups.
Yes.
With NDAs, and if you do enough focus groups and the same ship leaks out of 7 focus groups, and there's one commonality between all those focus groups, guess what? You got your leaker.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah. I think, unfortunately, making good ships, leaks becomes a necessary evil in my book. You have us here as, you've always said that we are the testers, right? We are the testers. We are the feedback group. And you've always told us that's an advantage. And I'm going to be honest, we have a massive group of men and women in this community with so many different backgrounds. It seems almost illogical to me not to harness those people. And
gentlemen, I have to run. Have a great conversation.
Thank you, Grim.
Okay,
I'll catch you soon.
Hey, Grim.
Appreciate it. See you later, man.
But yeah, it just seems like an oversight to me to not utilize an untapped resource. And it'd be really cool if you could hire one person that's just a facilitator of ship testing. I don't know. Maybe the ship team just don't want that. Piss off, we'll make the ships the way we want to make ships, or the design team is piss off, we want to make ships the way we want to make ships, or whatever it is. They don't want to be beholden to that. But I think the other part of it is the ships will get to where they want to get to, but you're gonna have to alliterate. So the example I talked about the Starlancer. How many times are they gonna have to reiterate on that to make it better, or is it always just gonna be where it is now, and it's never gonna improve?
And that's a hard call, isn't it? Like,
it is.
And then once the ship's out, it's always, well, do we fix this ship, or do we do another ship that you want, and
Yeah.
people always, well, not the new one, and so the old ones kind of still stay there.
So I think it'd be in hindsight, and I think of other games, Algared, when something's not being utilized, they tend to go back and, you know, buff the stats or whatever and stuff like that. But I don't think buffing the stats on some of those ships is actually going to fix the functional misuse of that ship.
No.
How it's constructed. These are almost like living, breathing spaces, right? And if you've got to put up with annoyances that a ship has, you will just instantly, if there's another ship that can be less annoying and it's like 95% effective, you'll just switch to that ship.
Go on, keep going.
No, I'm done.
I remember the old flight model where it was, the landing was nightmarish, where every ship, the thrusters, just, I loved that. I loved it because you had to know your ship. You had to know how your ship functioned with its thrusters. And if you knew your ship, landing was not a problem. Or, you know, and if it was a crosswind, you said, okay, I've got to do moving this way to deal with it. But people hated it because, I've jumped into this new ship and I can't fly it.
It was too disruptive.
Because it's a new ship, you don't know it.
Yeah. Like, and it's the same thing they've almost done the same thing with engineering now. And I worry how much we're getting watered down shit. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Like I think make or break for this game is going to become a couple of years after Squadron, until they move over and actively a lot more start working on Star Citizen.
Yeah,
you know, it's going to start to move towards what they want it to be, and that's where you're going to have people go, shit, this game's not for me, and they're going to drop off. You know, or people are going to double down and go, oh yes, this is what I want. And I'm quickly seeing the writing on the wall, and it seems to be they're going for the broad appeal. That seems to be what they're going for, and I'm worried it's going to dumb down too much. We'll see.
Yeah, and that's the I've got to admit that's the thing that gets me as well. You know, I want that. I want the engineering to be detailed, but I can also see they also want it to be accessible for the vast majority. And yeah. Crivitus has a question.
Please.
Crivicus has a question. Given how much money they made with Jotun, do you think they will really stop doing big concepts? Yes. They'll just keep selling the ships.
It's normies. You bring in the normies after Squadron 42, they're not going to buy JPEGs. It's like pre-ordering. You know how everyone says, don't pre-order game this? Same thing. Don't pre-order a ship, wait for it to come out, and so you know what you're going to get. Probably why the Starlancer didn't sell as well as expected, right? You can look, there are people that love that thing. That's awesome, but you got to look at the facts.
And I think there will be some ships that'll come out, they don't sell, and they'll be, but they'll, you know, they don't sell well on their initial, but they'll just be that slow burn. They'll just keep going. The Odin, you know, it's not the only time they're going to sell it. They're going to sell it again.
Well,
just like the Jav, you know. And
it's like the Starlight. If the Starlight had come out at $150, I don't think it was sold very well.
No, but it came out at the perfect price for what it was, and you know, it's a starter ship. Yeah. And what it can do is perfect for a starter ship, and the price is perfect for a starter ship. It was.
So again, like you just got to run it all through, and they are learning, but it's just such a slow boat to turn. You know, like to me, you and everyone that kind of follows the game so deeply as we do, signage on a ship makes a lot of sense. It took how long for them to learn about signage?
Yeah.
So they're going to catch up to where we're at, but the question is, how long is it going to take them to catch up?
Yeah. And I can get, you know, when you're living and breathing and working around the ship all the time, you just learn where everything is. It's just second nature.
Yes.
When someone gets into the ship first time, how do I go? Where am I heading? And I find that if I'm in Idris, I generally can find my way around really quickly. I took the wrong coin. You know, but someone else gets in it and they go, where is such and such? And it's that type of problem, isn't it? If they're doing it all the time, they don't see the problems that the new that people are going to have when they first encounter the ship, or you forget.
And you kind of see that across the myriad of ships that they've worked on, right? There's some real mistakes in there, you know, that they've you know, I don't know if they're marketing mistakes, I don't know if they're ship mistakes, I don't know who's caused them, but like, you know, Cutlass Steel's a good example, right?
Yeah.
Someone in chat called that out, and Riot called that out, and I agree with him. You know,
absolutely.
But there are others that, you know, are they priced wrong? Are they functionally a misstep? It goes on and on. And when we get to the end, or in the middle of the game, or whatever you want to call it, they're just going to be ships that sit there and do nothing, that nobody ever uses. And I fundamentally, I think it's a problem of how the game has been in the public eye. There's just going to be ships that just don't get utilized because they're bad, and CIG just does not have the resources to come around and work on them again. So I don't know. We'll see what happens, but I hope I'm wrong. I really hope I'm wrong on that last statement.
Yep.
Next one.
Let's see. So Robert Vol says, I don't see, either on discussing or pipeline, that the second Gattac ship is a Raylan variant. There is, where is this info coming from? Is it just speculation?
CIG said there's 2 Gattac ships coming at Alien Week. It was literally in one of the videos they did. It had like a news feed across the bottom. It was the very first video on the very first day, and it was right at the start of the video. It says Gattac announces 2 alien ships coming at Alien Week. And when you run through how they've been varianting the fuck out of things over the last 2 years, chances are it's a variant of the Raelian.
And then the leak stuff with the Raylan having the
salvage beams,
salvage beam utility mount type thing. So all of those things, and then you also get the third one, which is the Gattac.
Robert, we even did talk about this earlier today, and we literally said, what if it is a whole separate ship? Wouldn't that be cool? But seriously, put your last 2 years hat on. How many ships have come out in their variants? The Apollo, the Hermes, or the Saber Raver variants. It's just variant city.
Yeah.
Are you really telling me you're actually expecting 2 separate alien ships? I wouldn't fault you if that's what you're actually thinking, right? But my brain the Tiburon's another one. You know, do the math. The likelihood is it's a variant, right? That's why we're talking variants. But if it is separate, awesome. I want it to be that way. Do I think it's going to be way? No, I don't, because they've shown that they're just willing to variant the shit out of things.
And the increased cargo hold kind of says Apollo treatment.
Yeah.
In the leaks, the utility mounts were, you know, salvage / tractor beams.
Yep. Which is what the Vulture and all that have on them. So they can move the pieces around and then salvage them. That
kind of leads us to think, it's a variant. So he did come back and say he must have missed that bit about the tractor / salvage beam. So
1,000 cows. There's no accounting for taste, mate, but it's okay if you like it. You like it. You know, doesn't mean I have to like. And again, I'll always come away to that throwaway line that Space said in that conversation that day. For there to be things in this game that I love, there's also going to be things in this game that I hate. Sorry, for everyone to like this game, there's going to be things in this game that I hate.
Yeah.
So if it's not for me, it's for you to love. As in, there'll be something else that you hate. It's the only way it's going to work. You know, like, well, let's not to pick on you, Lemming. You still here, Lemming?
Yeah, I'm here.
You're not a big fan of Drake, are you? You much prefer Origin?
Nope. Yep.
That's a really good example. He just has a taste preference for Origin, and there's nothing wrong with that. You like what you like, and we'll go like what we like, and everyone's happy. But the only way to make everyone happy is to literally make everything, isn't it? So that's just how you got to do it. And if you can sit there objectively and look at things as stats and numbers, you can peel away the manufacturer. So it doesn't matter so much. Anyway, Algared?
Now, speaking of that flavor of what's preferred, Citizen Ninja says, question. Did the Origin M80 pause to savour the thought, licks lips, fall short of absolute perfection by not hiding the rear guns internally too? Yes, it does.
Yes, it
Kind of
does.
a good, yeah, it's kind of an interesting point. I never thought of it like that. Yeah, it would be, or at least if they're out all the time, was there some way that you could focus more energy into them so they fire in a different way? I don't know. Whatever. But yeah, that's
No,
true. Why does one hide and not the other? That's a really good point.
Especially because, and they made
So-
that. They did plug. Sorry, Emily. They did plug that
Yeah.
point that it was the guns were hidden. So, Lemmy.
So
What were
I,
you gonna say?
I actually think it'd be really interesting. I'm not expecting for this to happen, but I think it'd be really cool if there was like a data running variant of the M80 that doesn't have those front guns. So you're like, hey, you know what? I'm just attacking this data runner. He's not going to be able to defend himself. And then 2 size 5 guns come out of the hull of the ship, and they're like, whoops.
I can see that.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see what happens, but like my brain is telling me that there's a nerf hammer on that thing. What you said earlier, Lemming, about things that we don't know and don't understand yet coming around, like other factors like armor and stuff like that. I hope you're right. I really do.
Yeah. Look, and they're going to balance it so it fits to where they want it to go. My understanding is it, at the present, doesn't have armor, but it's got speed and big guns. Its armor is the fact you're not supposed to be able to hit it. But there are probably things in there we don't know, and they'll balance it out. So yeah,
I'm going to be honest
If you'll
with you.
excuse me.
Yep, no problem.
Go on.
About for a
no,
second.
go. I was just going to say I'm going to disappear for a sec, but
Yeah, go ahead. That's fine.
all right.
All I was going to say is I expect with the naming conventions of the M80, we aren't going to see any variants, because I would have
Agreed.
assumed
Yeah.
it would have
Agreed.
been
Yeah.
like a 100 and whatever series. It would have been a
100.
series name, not a individual name.
Yeah.
And the only other ships that have individual names are the 85X and the M50. So I think that's
Yeah.
why it's an M80, because they were signifying it is just this and it's only this.
100%, 100% agree with that.
Yeah.
I'll be back shortly.
See you in a sec. Thank you, Wakefield, for the subscription on Twitch. I was going to ask you to ask the questions, Lemming, but I guess I'll have to do it like a sucker.
No, I can.
All right, go for it then. Go for it.
Give me just a few seconds.
I'll do the first one then. Gray's by Chris Kumasan. Gray's Market is great for NPC ships. Oh, that's just a statement. How is that a question?
Well, that I think he said it to get my attention, because that's the
right.
person that I was saying. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, you do the next one then. You do Rixie.
I'm looking for the channel now. I
Oh
found
my
it.
god.
Okay.
You're worse than Algared.
I know. A heavy suit. I'm sorry. Rigsy asks, a heavy suit of armor category could be designed for combat in harsh planetary conditions, which is something that we need. Yep, I agree.
That's a statement, not a question. But my whole point is, why is it shoehorned in? We had light, medium, and heavy. It almost feels like you're trying to turn it into 4 quarters, but you had 3. So it almost feels like you almost need to rename them all to make, like it. I'm going to be honest with you. You don't know where my brain goes? I would have called it capital armor. I would have called it capital armor. Small, medium, large, capital. I just renamed heavy to be large. Large armor, capital armor. Makes sense. Just saying. I don't know. Consistency makes sense to me. How dare it make sense and be consistent? And I've said for years, the only thing consistent about CRG is how inconsistent they are. And this is definitely inconsistent. But anyway. All right, next one, Lemming, unless you want to add to that, man.
No. I honestly think that I don't think that light armor should even be called armor. I think that light armor should be an addition to a flight suit. Yeah. But yeah. I think that's just calling it something different. It still is what it is.
Here's a visual for you. Lemming in his mankini on his 890 jump.
Yep. That's me every Friday night. Citizen Ninja asked, do you think that the Crucible will be flyable before the Odin, and could it even go into production after the Liberator?
I think it would definitely be flyable before the Odin, especially if it's 5 years away. Base building is literally, and repair are very similar, and I've explained this before. Base building is starting something at 0 and working up to 100. Repair is starting at a random number, so 33, and working your way up to 100. So it's just a different. It's like the progression bar is half full type of thing. And when you work it through, they are the same system, and to the point, in fact, that I am pretty sure the Crucible's going to get shipbuilding capabilities. I'd be really surprised if it doesn't at this point. If you can just take resources and you can print a wing, what's to stop you from printing the body? That's the only part you don't have. So why wouldn't you just give it that? So you know how we were talking ironically earlier about the giving manufacturing to the galaxy? The Crucible would be another ship.
Crucible gets it as well. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I was actually thinking that myself, just as you were saying. I was thinking, and it's just like the galaxy.
Yeah. Well, that's why I brought 100%.
It up. Won't have building, but it'll have
great mind sink alike. Anyway, all right, I think we'll have Lemming lead the questions today since he's here, and then that way you and I can concentrate on replying.
Yeah, we can just sit back and relax.
Yeah.
So as soon as I saw the Liberator, I thought that's what the Crucible is actually going to look like when the Crucible gets its rework. So to more answer that question that Citizen Ninja, yes. I think that the platform of the Liberator would be absolutely perfect for the Crucible.
You take that back.
Yeah, I don't see it.
Okay.
Because you've essentially got ship and ground vehicle, like you've got 5. It's built around a number of different things, but you're really concentrating on repairing one thing. So that's a different tool state if you think about it. The closest ship right now, I'd actually say, if I was going to make a variant, would be like a repair ship, would be the Ironclad. I've said that a few times. Like if and I have to give a picture here. Hang on. So we'll go into old Hang a Link. Over.
I can also see where Lemming's coming from.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because the Scarab is kind of like a hangar as well, so it is vehicle.
Right, exactly.
And that, so Scarab, it does. There is an element where you say, So
if you pop off the roof, pop off the floor, and you pop off this front storage room, doesn't that essentially just become a bigger version of this?
Yep. And that's kind of what I thought when I saw the Liberator.
How okay, maybe I'm brain dead. How do you turn that into that? You just explain it. I'm not trying to insult you. I'm just trying. Wait, delete. Too much going on now. Delete.
Here, let me.
Where the hell is the delete thing? All right. Well,
you have to select the object and then delete the object.
Which one's the delete button though? Because they've now got all icons. Where's the trash can? That's the delete icon I'm used to. Where's the trash can? No trash can. Oh wait, there is a trash can. Just a really weird looking trash can. Right. So you're essentially. Oh, you're just talking like the 2 side bits, basically.
Yeah. So, I'm saying that the Crucible version of the Liberator loses those 2 top landing pads.
Yep.
Yeah.
And just becomes
makes
one
that
long flat platform. Yep. Okay.
Exactly. And the door goes all the way back to the back of it. So that entire thing there.
So wait, here. So the door's here instead of up here, type of thing. So it just becomes this little back area. Is that no?
No, it's the whole thing.
So it just becomes a flat plane all the way through. So this flat area here extended all the way through. Okay.
Yep. And then the arms get added on to where the dead space is, up towards the front of the ship. There's like dead space on either side. Those get turned into the arms of the Crucible so that it can still reach out and repair capitals.
Mm. Yeah,
Well,
they can do it. I just don't want them to.
yeah,
I'm really
fair,
not Crucible.
fair.
It.
Yeah.
And I could
Completely
see
fair.
and I could see the Liberator picking up the Scarab type role, but yeah, I don't want to.
It's a pretty unique looking ship, this one. And let's be honest. Oh,
Yeah.
what? No, no. Oh. Got this bug with my mouse at the moment. It's double clicking every time I click the back key. Not fleet.
But we know and we know it's going to grow. We know it's got to grow in size, so I could see it being liberatory size. To bring it into the size they need, but yeah.
Because this is going to have to go up. I don't know what it's going to be. Like it's 90, but like if I make it, it's going to have to go up considerably in size.
And I have heard. I don't know whether it's from CIG or just from multiple people saying it, but the rotating bridge is no longer a thing on the Crucible. It
doesn't really need it. It was meant to be. It was meant to be so it could fly and essentially. I'm gonna be honest. Like I
and then
thought
you could spin and do repairs, but
I always thought it was for towing. So because when you drop the Scarab, there's a tractor beam right here, right? So if you make it so the tractor beam goes, but if you just make it so there's a second tractor beam on this side, you can just fly normally. So you don't need to rotate anymore. Problem solved. I think that's what they've done. They've just added a second tractor beam. And then they don't have to do the whole complex mechanic of rotating it.
But then if they do that, then do you need to do...
Think about it.
The shifting engines?
No, you do need the shifting engines because that's based on weight. Right? So if you put a ship in the front, it changes the where the engines need to go.
But in the same sense, if I can marry my Liberator to the purpose of the Crucible, does that solve a problem? And I can do it, but I don't want them to. I actually like the uniqueness.
I don't think it changes the weight problem at all, to be honest with you. I just think that the design the Liberator to essentially accommodate having multiple things on it. This was always a smaller ship, so maybe it will completely lose the weight distribution thing because of the size of it increasing. We'll have to wait and see. But I just like the look of the Crucible. There's nothing else like it in the game. It's really unique.
That's right.
And I'm going to be honest, it probably isn't that Anvil anymore. So, Lemming scarily could be on the money. We'll see.
But I'd love it to keep its look.
Yeah, there's just something cool about it.
And it's an old ship. It's one of the old classics. So
we'll see.
Yeah.
Maybe we get a base building variant or something like that. I don't know. We'll see. Oh, all right, next question. Lemmy?
Hero Lex asks, is the gray market just a prelude to crafting? People making their own ships from multiple manufacturers.
I
don't think so because of the blueprints. Like they want building to be blueprint based.
All we have
but maybe
all we have at the moment is the cosmetics, but we'll see how far they take it. It's up to them where they want to take it.
Yeah,
I think it's.
I'd love to see them.
So, Chris, oh, sorry.
I was just going to say, I'd love to see those cosmetics actually have an impact on the ships and the way they fly, but that becomes a nightmarish.
It also makes it unfair to, like, I have one part, so why now it changes which ones you want to pick. And that's the problem. Anyway.
Yep.
Maybe?
Chris Kuba-san asks, if you have a Galaxy with a cargo module, do you need a Raylan?
Well, Raelian is 640, and a Galaxy will be 576. Yeah, you could get away with the Galaxy. think we kind of need to
I
see
would
the final size of the Raelian, though, to really confirm that. Go ahead, Levin.
I would say that, especially if you have a Raylin CCU right now, it would be better for you to put your money in a CCU chain to get a Raylin versus paying $70 for a cargo module on a Galaxy.
I think, I'm going to be honest with you, I think the Galaxy is going to fall a little flat on arrival. I am, and if you think it's the biggest ship of the year, so to speak, like, I know it's coming at AIE, it's not by a long shot, and I'll show you why very quickly. So Galaxy back in. And we go back over here, right? The Ironclad is, hit the wrong button again. What is wrong with me today? The Ironclad is already 10 meters longer, but if you then also on top of this, like, go Star Citizen Galaxy schematic like that, and then look at these images, you can quickly, and it doesn't matter which one you pick, right? There are multiples here, but you can quickly see that because the ship is essentially a diamond, it doesn't reach all the way to the outside. So in a weird turn of phrase, it's a caterpillar that's fatter that makes it easy to shoot. If you kind of think about it.
You mean it's a caterpillar that has exactly the same cargo capacity as a caterpillar when it's got a cargo module?
Exactly. So it has a lot of wasted space within the ship. It's not as big as it actually appears to be. And again, you got to remember, this thing is carrying 2,200 cargo. That's only 10 meters longer, and this is carrying 576.
Yeah.
And when you math that out, no mathing can make a sense.
Yeah. The only thing that
go ahead, Lemon. Go Lemon.
So to be devil's advocate here is that I think that a cargo module in a Galaxy is the worst possible use for a Galaxy. I believe that it has so much more capabilities than just another cargo ship that using it as just a cargo ship is almost a disservice.
So it sounds like you're a fan of the Galaxy. So tell us why you like it so much.
I'm a fan of everything modular. Okay. So I just think that if you're going to have a smaller fleet or if you're going to have a huge fleet, it doesn't matter. Like I have 2 of these. So I just think like setting it up for the purpose rather than just having a ship that does one thing is so much more useful in the long run than having something like the Ironclad, even though again I have an Ironclad, but it just can do so much more and it can be useful for you for so much longer.
I ironically, in the short term, I think the most interesting variants are the refinery and whatever the manufacturing module turns out to be, because if you've got 2 of them, you essentially can take mining resources for someone, refine them, and then feed them straight into the manufacturing.
Exactly.
But it also requires you to have that miner or salvager to feed into it. But that's the only interest I have in the entire thing. The medical I don't care about because I've got an Endeavor and I'll earn down. There's inevitably going to be a bigger refiner and I'll just get that and earn down. And it's the same thing for me with the cargo. Here's an example. I could just take an Ironclad or a Banner. In my case, it's a Banner Merchantman. And ironically, just for a cruel twist of fate, the Assault now costs the same price as a Banner Merchantman. But just for scale, right? Just pretend this is an Assault because they're obviously exactly the same. But Algared, go ahead and say what you're going to say. Yeah,
look, if I'm looking at a Galaxy, putting a cargo module on a Galaxy is, as Lemming said, a crime. It's a waste. It's a waste of what the Galaxy being modular gives you that ability to have the medical, the refinery or the manufacturing. And I think the refinery and manufacturing are the 2 that are the most exciting, because at the moment we don't have refining, we don't have the manufacturing really. but we have several medical ships. We've got medical ships that can already do that tier 1, tier 3, so.
The advantage is that it'll be the first ship that can do it on all, but then by the same token, as soon as the Endeavour comes along, it's superseded. So it's great for right now, but not so great. And I think what's good about the medical one is you literally you can put a nurser in it, and you can have every type of bed. So when you rock up, you can cover every single medical thing that there is there.
Yeah.
But the thing is, look at the size of it. You've got to have an entire fleet. Well, I don't know what the crew count's going to be, but you've got the crew count.
Support.
Well, you've got the crew count for the ship, but then you've got another medical crew for the module. So it's a lot of people to tie up in one ship.
Yeah. And then when you look at to go back to your point, there's the Ironclad, or the
Well, you could also just look at the Apollo, and it's only got
Assault.
2 crew.
Yep. And you look at the Assault, and you compare it to the Merchantman. Well, and you go, they're the same price, and you go, that doesn't make sense.
Well, that said, though, the Merchantman is not released, so it definitely will go up in price. But yes, at the moment, it's the better deal. And as I said, when you take earn down economy into things, just certain ships just drop off for me. Again, the only module when it kind of came out I was really interested in was refining. And when I realized that it's not a capital and there was going to be a capital refinery, I'm like, well, I've already got 6 chains going to these larger ships. I'll just get whatever the one above this is, and it's dedicated and not modular, so I know it's going to be better at doing it. And if the Apollo was like that with medical, can you imagine what the biggest one's going to be? Is it going to have 2 large, 4 medium, and 12 smalls? Like, what is the capital version of refining going to look like? And it's got to be bananas, because this is too large in a modular ship. By the way, just to make this look really shit, there are 2 large refineries in the Arastra. So no Arastra is coming to use this. The only thing coming to use this is going to be like moles and moths and shit like that.
Well, the other question is, what's the Orion gonna? What's the Orion gonna have in terms of?
Yeah, exactly.
It's supposed to be a full platform. It's a miniature version of.
Well, based on the Arastra, you got to assume it's better than that, because if it just comes out with 2 larges, like, so my whole brain goes is at least 4 larges. That's kind of where my brain goes, but minimum baseline.
And that's an RSI ship,
and that's only what's that? What was it, $50-$75 more than the Arastra? It falls into the same thing as we're talking about here, as in
and so like you're looking at the refinery being the thing that's the best thing you find on the Galaxy, and yet the Orion is a bigger ship that has the refinery.
We have now triple tangented off the Galaxy topic. I'm going to steer us back to doing the questions, but long story short, I am not hyped for the Galaxy at the end of the year. I think it's just like it's going to be one of those ships. I know there's certain people like Lemming that love the modularity, and everything Lemming said is totally correct. It is really good for people that don't have bigger ships. I will totally give you that. But as soon as you look at someone that has ships above it, it falls off. So I see the need for this. It really is. But for me personally, having bigger ships, and I think Algared would be in the same ballpark, it falls off for me and you. But then hearing Lemming talk about it, that's a really cool insight to see a need for it. And I totally agree with him. There is a need for this. Look, so I think it's going to be...
I agree with Lemming.
Just real quick, my final point is this is going to be a swing or like a hit or a miss for most people. I don't think it's going to completely fall flat, but I don't think it's going to be a ship for everyone. Like you know how everyone ran out and brought certain ships. I'm trying to think of one off the top of my head. I can't really think of one. But
Perseus. Everybody and their mother has a Perseus.
Perseus Paladin was another good one last year. It's not going to be to the same level. I don't know. Do you see what we're saying there, Lemming? Are you in some kind of agreement? Like it's going to hit or miss. It's not going to. It's just going to have the same gravitas as last year. So I'm hoping there's something else that comes along at AIE for the other side of the coin. Now, I don't know what that's going to be. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know, but yeah.
I mean, it
Look.
could be something as minor as a combat module for this. I mean, we saw a combat module on the Aurora.
Absolutely.
So,
Yep.
combat module on a Galaxy gives it triple the capacitor. The guns can shoot for practically ever, and another a shield generator.
Can I be
who knows?
honest? What it's a village ship, so they're not going to do this, but because of the elevator, a bomb module, you could literally just have a giant.
Sure. Yeah.
But yeah, you got to remember it is a
Yep.
civilian RSI ship, and that does wind back the functionality. So
Yep.
I don't know.
But
Yep.
Got its place.
I am also with Lemming. I like the Galaxy. I like the idea of a Galaxy, but I don't really need a Galaxy because I've got
Yeah. But you can see a need
other
for it,
ships
right?
that do the same job. But I definitely
yeah,
need, and
yeah.
it's a ship that really does tickle the interest. But
He's not wrong, by the way. I buy a lot of
No, he's
modular
not.
stuff. I buy a lot of modular stuff, but I just looked at it and went, none of these modules really interests me. And the only one that was getting me was the refinery. And I just went, but it's a large, so they're going to make a capital. I would just buy the capital.
we'll get a capital. Yep. Fully get it. And when you've got the bigger ships, you do go, well, do I need that smaller ship? And but so it is for older backers. I think it'll probably be missed because I think most of them will have the bigger ships. But I can't say I don't like it. I love the modular ships. I love looking at the differences. It's certainly better for people on a budget, often because I can buy the ship and then get the modules at a later point and do the multiple jobs. But yeah. Anyway,
so
let's
So,
Waxtree is kind of hitting on the point I just want to make. So just to reiterate, because we haven't said this today, when we talked to Ben and John, they explained how kind of the hierarchy of ships works, and I'm talking here about standalone bespoke ships. Then you have variants, and then you have modularity. So if they all have the same thing, like, so let's just say that we're doing refining, as we use that, right? The unique ship would be better than a variant, and then a variant would be better than a modular ship, right? So if we take that back to the Galaxy with base building, that's why the build would be better. The build's a variant in the Star Lancer. That would be better than the Galaxy because the Galaxy is modular. And then if they came around and built a bespoke ship that was the same size, obviously we don't have one, let's just call it the Poufineer. So they made a large, instead of a capital Pioneer, they made the Poufineer. Then the Poufineer would be better than the build. And they will eventually do that. They've actually said they want to get a ship in every category and size and variant and stuff like that. So you can expect a lot more variants. You can expect a lot more modular ships in the future in every size category. But when it finally comes to rest, the bespoke stuff is gonna win out. Anyway.
Yeah.
So at least for me, I want modular ships for the gameplays that I'm not very interested in. For example, refining.
Okay.
I'm not really that interested in refining.
That makes sense.
But you can dabble in it if you got the module right.
Right, exactly. So I don't want that to be my main gameplay. I don't want
that's a clever way to look at it, actually.
For example, the Starfarer. I have upgraded so many Starfarer CCU chains that I have into other things, and I'm just not in love with refueling. So that's why the Starlight really hit a spot for me, is because it's a gameplay that I'm not that interested in, but I definitely see the use of it. So if I can have just like a $15 Starlight, man, sure. 100%. So sign me up. It's not something that I want to do all the time.
Starlight, considering they cost $60. Yeah, I'd love 15.
Right.
You said 15.
I mean,
You meant
right.
60,
No, I just.
But yeah.
No, I just upgraded my referral.
Right.
Dragonfly into a $15 Starlight. So yes, please.
This is for Robert JT, who was saying, isn't the he say got it
Oh, he says Galaxy isn't getting base building anymore.
No. Someone he talked about the size of it. He said, isn't
Robert
the
Vol says,
isn't the build a large ship? Yeah, they are. They're both the same size. They're in the same size category basically, and that's why I'm bringing them up here. And so essentially they will be competing with each other if they both do base building. And that's, you know, why would you want? Clearly, you're gonna have a smaller crew count in the build. Clearly, it's smaller, less fuel. Like it's just going to beat it on so many different ways. And again, you've got hot, you know, super modular versus variant, so the variant wins. It's just that simple. And I know it's the max, but just pretend it's the build. Thank you for the gifted membership, Kojak. Who did you send that to?
he sent it to
Osik received a gift. Thank you.
Yeah.
Clearly these guys are from the same country because they've got A's and I's and stuff in their name.
Yep.
Confusing everyone.
Yep.
Sounds very Polish. I could be wrong.
Does
It's definitely
sound more
European. European. I'll get, like, just to be polite, it's European. But yeah. Thank you for the membership. Appreciate it.
Indeed.
Right.
Always appreciate it.
Next one, Lemming, when you're ready, sir.
That's an insult. Question. While I'm going around doing my things in game, people seem to treat it like it's 318. Are we going to get an apology ISC?
I need a drink after that. Right. Yeah. Look, I think it's really obvious when you add all the math up, right? They're in super crunch, right? Last year was all crunch. Like last year was the mission team and the ship team forward facing so everyone could get their heads down, asses up. And it's the same thing again this year. If they're shipping, the crunch level just goes up. It doesn't go down. The pressure builds as you get towards release because you got to get it out, right? It's as many hands on deck as possible to get that shit pushed out the door, right? And when you kind of add that all through, that's why I reckon there's a lot of bugs in game right now because they're having to pull people off doing bugs to put them onto fixing bugs in Star Citizen. It's that simple. And at the end of the day, if I've got to put up with a buggy game for 6 months to get Squadron out the door, what about you guys? But I'll take that because that means after it's out, we can get back to Star Citizen and we can get some actual, you know, I think one of the irritations for a lot of people, and this is a question, right, to both Algared and yourself, Lemming, but this entire game is funded on things that you buy for Star Citizen, yet they're making Squadron. And I think that annoys some people, as it rightly should.
It does, but I may get things thrown at me for saying this. I don't think that Squadron is going to have the appeal that Sig thinks that it's going to. Like I was watching the Summer Games Fest before coming on stream.
Yeah.
And I was almost glad that Squadron wasn't mentioned there. Because I just don't think a lot of people are that interested.
I think different games appeal to different people. It's really simple. There are people that like RTS games. There are people that hate RTS games. You can pick your genre, right? I think the broad appeal of Squadron 42, specifically, is if they are going along the lines of what they've said, which is a Half-Life 2 Titanfall 2-S campaign, I think that will be popular with a lot of people. If you then add in the flight mechanics, you're going to get people that want the FPS, but they don't want the flight mechanics. You're going to get people that want the flight mechanics, but don't want the FPS. By the same token, you've got the social cinematic stuff. You're going to get people that don't have any interest in that at all. So if there's a way that you can tweak it to your preference, then it will be popular. But if it is flat across the board where you must do every part, then it's going to bring it down. It's going to, I can see it going both ways, is what I'm trying to say. It all is all in how they've thought it through and they present it. By the same token, as a single player, first person shooter predominantly game, you look at back at in history, like gaming history, Half-Life 2, Titanfall, as we mentioned. But then you look at other things like the Call of Duty campaigns that had celebrities in them. Now, you can't rule out United States being predominant audience, but you guys have a celebrity culture. And you take all those people that are in Squadron.
That's going to raise the bar.
It raises the bar. It just does, because people, oh, Henry Cavill, he's sexy. I'll buy that game. Like, and that's like just a woman's mentality in that way. But there are guys that will gravitate to actors as well. Like, oh, Tom Cruise, I'll go see his movie, right? So, and there are people that's how they pick their movies. They don't pick him on a story. They pick him on, oh, he's a good actor, and so I know he'll only do a good movie, right? Yep. So you can't rule that out either. So there's so many factors in it. I think it's really hard to call, because I can see it going both ways.
Yeah, I was just watching the Summer Games Fest and watching all the trailers and being like, "Oh man, I hope that the Squadron trailer doesn't play next."
How long has it been since you've gone back and watched the tutorial video from CitizenCon? The trailer. Hold the line.
It's probably been a year.
Go back and watch it. I think you'll be like,
right, but
you take that as a tutorial level for a game. That's since you've got an hour and 15 minutes, and it's like watching the opening to episode 3 of Star Wars, but it's a game. And then you go, and I'm in the tutorial level, and there's like fuck all gameplay. And you kind of go, yeah.
And that took me an hour to get through.
Yeah, and that took me an hour to get through. And then you kind of go, there's 3 major acts. We know there's 3 major acts. So if you have a cinematic between every act, so that means there's at least 3 more cinematics that are like that. And then you go, all the puzzles of Half-Life 2. I can't even imagine what the flight sequences are going to be like. Like, are we going to be flying through massive asteroids? Like, is it that going to be like Star Wars X-Wing? You know how you were flying? You remember the Mac, Algared, like way back when they had the one with the asteroids, and it was like so fucking sick. Are we gonna have sequences like that? Like we just don't know, because it's all been so closeted and closed off. But if you can hit all 3 of those gameplays and they are firing on all cylinders, you're a fucking winner. Yep. But I don't. But here's the thing: can they affect all 3 of those? Do any of them fall short? Are there bugs in the game? Is that why they're polishing for so long? Like, I could sit here and ask 100 fucking questions, and they're all different plates that they're spinning, but we're not going to know until it lands. And there's just no way to fucking tell.
Yep.
So
again, it was mainly based on the vibes. Like, I couldn't have imagined.
I can see the doubts, but you guys know Chris, and you guys know the people there. They're really passionate. They don't want this to fucking fail. Right? So that's why you're hearing things like people going, oh, I don't think it's coming this year because it's got too many bugs. Or there's other people saying, no, it's definitely coming this year. So let's just see where it lands. Like hold the faith. And we are right. Like I've been really down. You guys, both of you know I've been really down, right? But I'm at the point now where I just want to ride it out. I want to see Squadron land. I want to get it out. I want to see how it's going to hit the world. And I know, Algared, you would agree with this. Chris is not. He's not going to let it go out half cooked. He just won't. No.
Look, I know from talking to people. Chris was bummed that it crashed when I was doing the playthrough at
CitizenCon. Yeah,
at CitizenCon 24. And it wasn't even the program but broke. It was the computer that caused the issue. But he was bummed. He was absolutely bummed. He was down on it because, man, it should have worked. My view when it crashed and they just got back in and went was like, oh man, this is great. I've crashed and I've come back right where I was. Whereas in the past it crashed, and oh man, you got to go back to the beginning. We got to start again. That was fantastic. For me, that was great. That was probably the best bit of seeing how the tech had moved forward.
Yeah.
I know that there would have been claims of, oh, this is all staged. Oh, this is all fake.
Well,
this
real.
is vaporware. Right,
Yeah,
but that to me proved that it was real. So that's not what I was concerned about. It was just, it was more the types of games that was at Summer Game Fest that I
Mixed
think
bag,
that
bro.
if they made a decision to not release it there, to not release a trailer there, they made the right decision.
I think Summer Games Fest and the Game Awards are just, it's all what do you call it, industry fed. It is almost like
It is.
it's the games that they want to see succeed, right? And the fact that, and the way you can tell that really simply is a couple of years ago, it used to be half of the votes were from the community and the other half was from the journalists. Now it's been changed to 90-10 in their favor because they know they're losing. They know they're dying off. And so they've weighted it to, and the games that have won the Game of the Year are clearly not Game of the Year. And do you know what the Game of the Year is? The one that sells the most. It's that simple. You don't need any other metric than the one that sells the most, because that's the.
Wasn't the Game of the Year?
That's the game.
That French game.
Hang on, but that's a very good game, right? That was a very good game.
Okay.
But I'm talking previous years, like so when Last of Us 2 won it, it wasn't Last of Us 2. Last of Us 2 had really shit sales to the point that it was literally in the bargain bin before the Game Awards even hit, right? And it came out in like August or September or some shit. The Game of the Year that year was Ghost of Tsushima because it had the most sales. And if you looked at the community votes, Ghost of Tsushima was the highest. And that's when by the way, that was the year they changed the votes were done because they knew it was going to lose and they wanted it to win. So again, like all journalism, you'll see what was the game that came out a couple of weeks ago? Mixtapes. IGN gave it a 10 out of 10. Yet you look across YouTube and any other metric, everyone will tell you the game's garbage. And it's literally, someone said in chat before, 007 Last Light holds your hand, and you can literally, there is literally a sequence where you don't even need to touch the controller, and it literally, you could pass the level. Mixtapes was exactly the same. I bought 007 Last Light, I played it for 3 hours and returned it. It just was brain-numbingly boring. You were literally, the levels were literally, don't get seen, and you pass the level. Now, I know that's kind of, they're going for the stealth element, but it just, it didn't feel like Bond. Bond has mistakes happen, and then there are action sequences, and the action sequences just didn't feel. It's just not there. It just wasn't Bond. It just wasn't Bond. And I, the best Bond game that ever came out was GoldenEye, and you just, there's the bar. If you can't beat GoldenEye, don't fucking release a Bond. It's that simple. And
I don't think anybody will ever beat GoldenEye.
I remember being in high school. This is how dedicated I was to Bond, right? So I pre-ordered Bond, right, or GoldenEye, because I knew how good it was going to be, right? I remember sitting on a Mac in the library before it came out, multiple days, and this is a black and white Macintosh. That's how far back we're going, and just drooling over this game that was coming. And then I did the same thing with Perfect Dark because I knew it was by the same people. Right, and I remember waiting 3 years for GoldenEye. I pre-ordered it the day it was available. I was one of the very first people to ever play it because back then people just didn't buy games on day of releases, and and that game exploded over the next 3 or 4 years. It just exploded. Now you've got so many people that played it. But the point I'm getting to, it's not Bond, and bring that back to Squadron. We could be at the start of an episode. Put it in a way Chris would want me to say it. If Squadron doesn't succeed, we don't get episode 2 and we don't get episode 3. That's simple. And I think Algared, you would agree, he wants to make that game that he's essentially been trying to make since the beginning, yeah?
Yep. He's passionate about this game, about Squadron. It's, yeah. You can't fault him for the passion he's got for the game and the effort he puts in. And he wants, I don't think he just wants episode 2 and 3. I think he wants episode 2, 3, and the Tavaran expansion and the GI.
And a prologue, and yeah.
I'm just noticing a comment that Feathers McClaw said, I love First Light, right? Well, if you want that easier game, that's kind of what I was talking about. Like, can you water, can you turn down the difficulty in certain areas? So in flight, in combat, in story mode so you can get the game that you want? Can I dial up the difficulty in first person but turn down the amount of time I spend in social interaction? And I think that's going to be a really key element to this game's success, because it's got 3 different games in one. Yeah. Sorry, Algared.
Yep. No. I was done.
All right, sorry.
Time for another question, I think.
Please.
Yep, I'm looking. We have
Rouge or blend?
slow bidded. Any ideas about how cargo is going to work on the Rayland? And if you guys haven't seen it yet, there's also a sneak peek of the Rayland turret in the weekly newsletter. Yes.
We've looked
Yep.
at that.
We've looked at the tail and the thruster of the
Yeah. Oh, there was also that
Rayland.
one
We've
too.
looked at the turret.
That one. Look, me and Algared theorized.
Mm-hmm.
Oh God, how long ago did we talk about this? But I did talk about it today, but we'll go
Long
in a little bit.
time ago.
We'll go into it in detail. So you know how when the Spirit came out, there was the where the door's going to fall down line, and they've used it again on several ships since, where they show you something is going to land here. So the door's going to come down, an elevator's going to come down. Get out of the way. This is the area where it's going to land. The projectile tech, we've kind of seen them do it with the basketball courts on the Perseus and the Polaris. That projector tech, you take that and it shows you where all the pods are going to come down from the Saulian. So when you're landing, you know where to land the ship so the pods will land in the right spot.
Land properly.
Yep. And then when you land tier 1 or whatever, you can change it later. You press a button, the pods just come down and they land there. You then load up the cargo you want and then press the button and they all go back up. That's how I tier 1-0 kind of proposed it to Algared. I think he's in agreement, but I think we can see changes there. We've talked and again, if you can eventually have like a not an itinerary, that's for time. What's the like a consignment? What do you call it for on a ship? Inventory, like an inventory for the ship.
Oh, yeah, yep.
You can literally go, okay, so this cargo pod has copper on it. Click that one. That's the one I want to come down because we're delivering this cargo to this station. So just that cargo could come down on its own. So that would actually provide a benefit to this ship because it has better inventory management than, say, a hull series where you have to take off certain containers to get to the copper and then put them back on. And we do know logistics is a part of gameplay because in the individual pods on the Caterpillar, they all have this little station thing, don't they, Algared?
And the type of thing that makes us say go with that is the fact that Xi'an ships are supposed to have high tech. They're supposed to be,
Yes.
really good at gravity generators and really good at the lift stuff. The elevating stuff and all of that stuff. So it's trying. What would a Tavaran ship do that uses that stuff? Could we be totally wrong? Absolutely.
So someone's just asking really quickly, what turret is this? This is the concept page for the Raelian. It's these turrets here. You can just kind of see that big gold disc and you'll see that there you go. Right. So that is just it there. So this is the side of the Raelian here. And again, I don't know for sure, but if you kind of look at how there's a ring here, I would assume that this turret turns to one side and opens somehow. And so imagine it's like you're in a pod and it turns like that and connects to the ship, and that's how you get out and get in.
And the beauty of that was when you're not in the ship, the guns are closer to the ship, facing forward and not sticking out.
Mm.
And then when you're in,
you could literally have them forward facing and just firing, couldn't you?
Yeah, possibly. Yeah.
So, it turns that way, you step out, and then you've still got two guns that the pilot could fire forward. But if you want to get in and have more control, you can get in and all of a sudden you can shoot everywhere.
Yep, I could see them doing that.
Because I'm going to be honest, I think the predominant use of these turrets is going to be firing backwards. Whoever's following you, again, it was meant to be the blockade runner when it was designed to replace the Banner Mansion Man. That's what I saw these guys doing, going, get the fuck off my ass.
Yep. Mess up someone's day if they're trying to catch you. Yeah.
All right. Next question. Fleming, unless you want to add to that.
Yep. Hook. Yeah. So, what you're saying about the cargo loading with the thing on the ground is really cool.
Mm-hmm.
I think that the whole idea of the containers on the back got scrapped whenever SIG said that it's going to be able to use larger cargo containers. So
no, they literally said it still uses pods, and instead of using the hexagons, it's still triangles. It just uses. They literally showed an image, and I don't have the image with me. I have to go look for it. But they literally said you just take the hexagons out and put squares in instead.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I was just going to temper expectations. So because that's
what Lemming is.
That's something that I do.
Is this? So see, you can see how there's got like little hexagons in these little they're like these little triangle-like pods. So instead of hexagons, just put squares, or 32 SU cargo containers, whatever you want to call it. They're boxes. And so the pods will still go down to the ground. And I reckon the reasoning for that is clearly the hexagonal pods. Algared, correct me if I'm wrong here. Are for the Cyan, and humans use cubes or boxes, right? So basically, it allows them to take this ship and turn it into a Cyan variant by simply just changing the boxes back to hexagon. And we always wondered that, didn't we? It was something we talked about. Do we have to convert the cargo between Cyan and human? Like, what's the issue there?
Yeah, I remember those conversations.
But now it's like, well, now you just swap the pods over. Solved. Can you theoretically stop at some kind of halfway station between Cyan space and human space, and you just they allow you to buy pods there, and you just switch them over, almost like what's the refill and go with the gas tanks here in Australia? You know how you have your empty gas tank, you take down the bottle, or you drop it off and just take the full one, and you pay and just pay for it. That's how it works here. Do you have the same thing in the States? I mean, with gas for the barbecue.
Oh yeah, with the propane tanks.
Yeah. So you just drop off the empty one and take a new one and pay for it. Yeah. Well, that's exactly how it works here. So that's kind of how I'm seeing it. You just swap your pods over at some kind of Cyan halfway station and pay for a transfer fee for them looking after them, and off you go. Anyway.
So next question, Hook 2005. Question: do you think that the second GATAC ship will be a railing copy paste?
That's where we're leaning, yes.
Yes, but again, we hope, like some people suggested, is a completely different. I want it to be a different ship because I don't like variants. Not a bit. I don't like what they've been doing the last 2 years. I find, and what they did with the Tiburon is the next step. You're going to see even more and more of that, where they now go back to old ships and cannibalize them. Yes, I guess we saw it a little bit with the Asgard, but the Asgard was well received because the Asgard was a better ship. They improved it. But in this case, the Tiburon, they've made it worse. I don't know. I don't pick your favorite ship, and they come along and they make a duplicate of it. Does that make you feel better? No, it doesn't. It makes me feel worse. It feels like I paid money for this, and you're now cheapening what I paid money for.
Well, even scarier. Pick your favorite ship, and have it as Lemming was hinting for the Crucible. How dare you? And morph it into a variant of the Liberator. You know, it's almost that type of.
But yeah, and that is not off the table. I wouldn't rule that off the table either. Where they're like, oh, we've just decided that it's going to look like this now. You know?
And that would be.
They're less likely to do because of legal reasons, because they had a look and you brought that look, and they don't mind to change the inside so much, but when they change the outside, they seem to. There's a legality. First time chatter there on Twitch, Captain Trash Painter says Reclaimer will get its gold pass when they make the Reaper variant. I'm totally expecting that they're going to take the Reclaimer and make a variant of it. It's just too big and too much work not to do that. And I'd expect that with the Starfarer, any ship that you like. Look that they did. They took the Saber Raven and they made more Raven variants, not Saber variants, Raven variants, and then they took the Mantis and they made the Meteor, Because they went, well, you want the look? Well, you're going to fucking pay for it. And
Yep. And then we got the Hermes
yeah.
from the Apollo. And yeah, so we've just...
Thank you for the resub, Father and Son Gaming. Appreciate it.
Yep.
Well, you're doing well. Thank you very much. Next question, please, Loving, unless you would like to add to that.
No. No, I don't think so. So next question is 2 questions that ask pretty much the same thing. What are your thoughts on Star Citizen and Squadron 42 not being announced at Summer Game Fest?
We honestly never expected it to come there. We've been expecting Gamescom. Algared, I'll let you take some. Because I don't know it just as well as I.
Didn't really expect it there. We expected Gamescom.
Why?
And why is very simple. The very first time Star Citizen was announced was at Gamescom. And the first few, it used to be Gamescom, then a couple of weeks later we'd do CitizenCon. And
those dates, so the start of Kickstarter
wasn't it GDC?
Sorry?
No, I remember it.
I thought it was announced at GDC.
There was something at GDC, but the actual thing was
launch
at Gamescom.
Kickstarter.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And then and
I could be wrong.
CitizenCon is the start of Kickstarter. AIE was the end of Kickstarter. That's what those 2 dates mean. So if you kind of look at the short ramp up, that's what it is. You announced it at Gamescom. That gives you the 2 months that they talked about leading into October. CitizenCon, you've got all your fans there to release the game. Natural hype. You see where it goes. They're not paying any extra. And what we believe they're doing is this gala that they've mentioned before is the release. How do you put all those stars on a red carpet and get them to show off the game and launch the trailer and all that type of stuff? As soon as you put those stars on the carpet, it's not just all the games people that come out. You get
paparazzi.
What's that show? That one that's out of LA and that was always used to be at 10 o'clock in the morning. What the hell was it called? That really cheesy.
The entertainment.
ET Tonight. Entertainment Tonight. That was it. Entertainment Tonight will come out and do like a paparazzi blitz and Henry Cavill and blah blah blah. We're seeing and they were so it just allows the media to kind of sell it for you. TMZ, all those will kind of come out and do it, and that's just what we've believed. Now we could be completely off base. But when you're guerrilla marketing, well, you're guerrilla marketing.
And the fact that they launched it at Gamescom, they did the first big thing. You've already got an audience there that was full in support of you,
and not a lot of things that are big
going around it as well.
Kind of get announced there, so to have you've got more oxygen in the room to suck up. So
you get to suck up the oxygen rather than having the oxygen sucked up for you.
Yeah. But
so that's what we think.
But if it doesn't happen at Gamescom, I think we could safely say it's not coming this year. August 26th, I believe it is this year. So, and I think it might go for a couple of days. So let's put it this way: if you haven't heard it by the end of August, I think we could safely say it's coming next year. That's my 2 cents. I don't know if you agree, but
no, I would tend to go with that. Like I know, even though there's no CitizenCon this year, I know they've got plans. I know there's a plan for something that's going on that weekend, and the only thing I can think of is the gala, the red carpet event.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, a lot of people say it's not coming this year, but I can see it still going both ways. And just like when there's people saying that it's not coming, there are connections and sources that Algared and I have that are saying the opposite. So there's definitely mixed messages coming out of CIG, right? So I'm not going to say it is or it isn't until I have definitive proof. And as I said, I think after August it becomes too late because you were literally then running into Grand Theft Auto.
And the one thing I've heard, and you've heard it yourself. It depends on Grand Theft Auto and when it comes out, and because that's going to the fact that it'll just absorb the media and everything else, it's just going to take all, as you said, the oxygen from a room, and that it's a black hole.
I think the important thing is to be an adult about it and go, what's best for the game. And the best thing that we can all agree is we've essentially funded this game. We need to see it succeed to get to the game we want to get to. That was always a part of the plan. And whether you like that it's taken up all the development time, tough titties, what would be the worst thing that could happen? That it comes out and it fails? No. After all this time, you definitely do not want that to happen. No matter how much you want Squadron out of the way, you know, as the rest of us, it has to succeed. So whatever is best, happy surprise if it comes this year. If we have to sadly bite the bullet and it's pushed into next year, then so be it. I will take that as an adult on the chin and go forward that way. But they need to adult and be transparent with us. They need to stop treating us like kids and say, sorry guys, we just didn't get there. We're going to do it next year. And they just need to be bluntly honest and yeah, you're going to get these sooky little whiny bitches, but guess what? They're the children, and the adults in the community are the ones that are going to fucking smack their asses and pull their heads into line. You got to let us deal with our other asses, so to speak, right? And again, it's all when you're hearing those loud complaining noises, I think both of you would agree with me that it's generally a minority, yeah? Lemming? Algared?
Yeah, it is. It is, yeah.
Because most of us are well informed. You have done a very good job of informing us over the years. And I would almost agree that the people that are complaining are the new people that have missed an education wave.
That's you, Pete.
Yeah, that's
you, Pete.
That's Pete, the uneducated.
Because I'm just reading Pete's comment, you know.
Yeah.
So you can come in, Pete. You're most welcome. I'll just say that you're most welcome to come in.
He's not wrong though. Like, it doesn't have to be successful. It just has to be released. DefenseCon made that a fortune hot take. It's true. Like, it made a lot of money, but I think it's because, can I be honest? It's really simple. More people come into the game every year, and more ships sell. It's just that simple, you know.
And they did sell the Odin, which was
well, they're also limited to Windows, so it's not just Odins and it's not just ironclads. We're all thinking, because we're more, you know, once you've been here a couple of years, you're a veteran backer, right? So you have that mentality. Well, there's nothing new for me. But what about the other 20% of people? Because September last year we went up by like a massive amount, right, in 1 month, right? So you do the math. So let's say, for argument's sake, 10%, right? Those 10% of people, that's their first massive sale. So that's the first chance they've had to buy X ship. So they're going to buy it.
Indeed. And so they, you know, and you look at the funding model for this year, it's insane.
Yeah, I can pull it up. Give me a second. Citizen funding. Bring us over, and I went to the wrong one. I want to go to this because this has got better. Yeah,
the visuals on that one is absolutely massive.
We got 155 million last year, and we're already more than halfway.
So May is May, June, July, and halfway through August.
You extrapolate that out, we're getting to 200 mil this year. It's crazy.
It's crazy, absolutely crazy.
And then, I mean, if you look at June, even June, for the first 5 days of nothing happening, that's crazy. It's like you gotta remember, this is Alien Week last year, and all the other Alien Weeks. There's never been an alien ship, and we're about to have 2. And if that is if that doesn't double, I'll be really surprised.
And we've still got those ships that released in May still on the sale, so they're still feeding into the
they're still there being sold too, you know. And we're also having the ship every month as well.
So every month is bigger than the month of previous year. And
what sale is on in July? Well, that'll be the Basher that they talked about, unless the ships have been swapped between July and August, like they said. So did they swap it beforehand or afterwards? No. But again, there seems to be a ship every month now. And if you go back to when they did the whole B, they also had the vehicle as well. So sometimes you'll get multiples. You might get a vehicle and a ship. You've obviously got CitizenCon that's not there this year, but it just tells me again, like, if there's no CitizenCon, why is there no CitizenCon? Lemming, why is there no CitizenCon?
Well, it's one of two reasons. So one, they want exactly what you said before, that they want to use the time for something else. The other side of it could be that they need that time for Squadron, that they're still going to be working on Squadron. I think it's more than likely the first option, but I mean, the second option is there.
Ability.
I gotta laugh at someone. I always laugh when this happens, right? Because I've said AIE so many times because I used to go to AIE. When people type AIE, I laugh. I think it's so funny that I've mind-fucked people into... That's his Salt type did G12 at AIE. I win! Yeah, because I'm fucking up, so he has to be really fucking up to literally type AIE. He's heard it too many times. I brainwashed him. I've won.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
But no, you're not wrong, Lemming. I agree with you on all counts.
Yep.
I just find it really weird that they're giving up one of their biggest sale periods, like going no CitizenCon, right? And it does take up a lot of dev time, around about 2.5 months. We've heard from certain devs to get CitizenCon to be a thing. But could we have a smaller presentation that's just to sell a ship? And if you think back to the last few CitizenCons, have we not had... So last year, we had 3 ships. We had the Paladin, the Shiv, and the Stinger at CitizenCon.
Yeah.
We had the Star Lancer, and I can't remember what else. There was something else there. The Argo thing with the acronym. Oh, I'm gonna call it the Argo acronym. That one.
The SRV?
Yeah, but then SRV, SM or CM or whatever. You know what I mean? It's like an acronym on an acronym.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, that's what pisses me off. Like once you've had one acronym, you can't add another one to it for the variant. Your brain overloads. Me stupid. No, and it's too much. One acronym is all you get. I think you can't have two.
I think it was the MPVT or something like that.
Wasn't it the no, not the SRV. It was the like. There's one that's the FM, which is the CSV. That's it. CSV SM and the CSV FM. Too many.
Okay.
Too many. It's 2 acronyms. Yeah. Fuck off. Just call it the Argo Truck or Trook or what? Don't I make up an acronym like the Moth? You know, that made sense. The Bug. Whatever. What a stupid name. Anyway, I know I'm ranting, but man, seriously, some of the names are retarded. And it's the same thing with the MFC, the MFD, you're changing one letter and it's the same acronym. It's a mind fuck. No one's going to call it that. They're going to call it the Grey Cat PD. What is it? Point Defense. I call it the Grey Cat PD. That's what's going to happen because you cannot hold that many letters in your head. Silly. Anyway.
Yep.
Sorry, I'm ranting, but
that little Grey Cat is awesome.
Yeah, they're great vehicles. They're stupid names.
Yep, it's just a PD.
Argo,
Mobile
fuck
PD.
yourself. Yeah, I like that one. We'll call it that. Argo, go fuck yourself. Because if you read it in one word, it's Argo, go fuck yourself.
He's taken it. He's watched it. He's watched the movie.
Yourself. Go fuck yourself. Yeah, I like that.
He's watched the movie.
Yeah,
that's what it is.
I like that one. Yeah.
All right. Next question.
This is it was an 8-hour maintenance, Pete, not a 6-hour maintenance.
Yep. No, it was a 6-hour maintenance.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Next one, please, Mr. Lemming.
In Kisude, speaking of the Hull D, I noticed that it was the only Hull ship not sold at the Captains of Industry event. Do you think SIG is planning to make more downgrades to the Hull D?
I think they probably want to make the D and the E a little bit more unique. It's like, you know how you look at the A, you look at the B, and you look at the C, they're not just copy pasted anymore. And you'd probably agree they were probably the most copy pasted ships in concept.
Yeah, 100%.
Right? So now you look at the D and the E. Do you really just want a bigger C? Not really. We've matured. Come on. So how can they make those a little bit more unique? And I'm going to be honest, if I was a whole D or E owner, I'd actually want it to be a little bit different. But I put that back to maybe D and E and C owners are simple folks and they just want them to be the same, you know? So I don't know, Algared, I'll put that off to you, man. Would you want them to be?
I'd agree. No, I'd like it to be different. I'd like it to be I don't know how I'd like it to be different, but I certainly don't just want it to be a larger hull C.
So I could actually see the D taking on more characteristics of the B than the C.
Yep.
I actually really like the tapered down profile of the B. I've long said that the B is the sweet spot in the whole series, and man, that is true.
Mm-hmm. I'd agree.
So I could see between the cargo getting reduced the way that it did, that it's not going to look very much like what we think the whole D is going to look like now. Like, what if the whole D can land on surface of planets?
I mean, would not go that far.
Oh, that'd be huge for it.
I would not go that far. And the main reason is they were always designed as a logistics chain. That's why the whole A and whole B land, like their thing is landing on planets. As soon as you land a whole C or above, it just kills the A and B, right? But essentially, A and B is around the planet from the space station distribution. The C is between those stations within a system, and then the D and the E is going way out across, like mega chains across the entire solar system. And that's kind of how they were always designed. You can see the logistics chain. And it's kind of like semi-trailers down to, you know how you have what are those trucks, Algared? Like a box truck, and then you go from a box truck to a van to a mailman that's on a fucking bicycle. It's that type of analogy. And if you go all the way up, you've got your boat that literally is with all the cargo containers on it, right? So you can see the 5 different stages, and it's the same thing.
I do think that they are still keeping the idea that yes, the C, D, and E can land when they're closed up.
Yes, agreed.
Okay.
That's the one exception, so you can store them. Yes, agreed.
But that was never. The C, D, and E were never supposed to be able to land when laden.
And you got to remember the sheer amount of cargo they're carrying. You have to literally give up that bottom spindle, and that's a quarter of their cargo. Like that's a huge amount to give up.
So yeah,
I was just thinking of things that could possibly make the D different than the E. So that's what came out of my mouth.
Yeah. I can see your thinking. I can see your process, but I think it would. You literally said the B is the sweet spot. It would just keep the B. The B is no longer the sweet spot if that happens. It's done.
That's fair.
Next question.
Itchy-fi. Speaking of PDCs, what do you reckon on a picket ship? A bunch of PDCs strapped to a hull, like the ship in The Expanse that I can't say.
The Rosinante.
There we go.
That's almost like taking PDCs that are meant to be a defensive measure, the point defense, and making it offensive. Unless you're literally talking about, because this is where my brain goes, Algared, you correct me if you think I'm wrong here, is PDCs that work with the Nautilus to be the sentry turrets. That's kind of where my brain goes, yeah? Because if you think back to what sentry turrets are, isn't that really a point defense turret that just floats?
Yep. No, I think that if I think about it, that basically what the the sentry turrets on a sentry turret Ryan's are they going to be a PDC with a battery pack?
Yeah, and we know that you're going to be able to build turrets that have PDCs or turrets on them because there was that CitizenCon that year that was on, I can't remember the planet, but it was all fucking yellow, and they had that Naboo-looking broken 400i, but they had turrets there that were plugged into power and stuff. So again, it just part of that room system mentality where it, you know, if it works on a vehicle, I can then put it on a generator and plug it in, and so you'll be able to have PDCs or turrets. You know, got to sit there and go, what is the difference between a turret and a PDC? And when I look at it, you can kind of custom PDCs, but I guess they're more short range and automatic. Maybe they got less power required. You don't have to have an AI blade. So they seem like they got lower requirements because, again, we've got PDCs now on the back of vehicles. But what's the first turret? That's a Centurion. That's a much bigger vehicle, is it not? Much bigger power requirements. So I can see a need for both and a use for both. I think time will tell if I'm right or wrong, but that's where my brain goes. What about you two? Is it a power thing? Like it's just a different sizing? Or where does it take you?
Power capacitors.
I do think it would be amazing if they were to just put a ship that's pretty much just like an anti-torpedo ship that doesn't really have any guns on it, isn't really able to defend itself. But for a bubble of 3K around that ship, there are going to be no missiles.
The PDCs also, their point defense, they're really good at taking out torpedoes. Again, it's defensive, right? So turrets are more offensive, where point defense is defensive. So it's, can they shoot a torpedo coming in? Can they shoot a bomb coming in? Again, it's multiple layers. So as the person on the turret, are you actually trying to defend the PDCs as well? Because the PDCs might not shoot at ground vehicles, for example. They only shoot at things with higher heat signatures or higher energy signatures or whatever it is. Like, we don't know their weaknesses yet. At the moment, they just shoot at fucking everything. So a lot of time it's friendlies. You're in the Polaris and your mate rocks up and he just explodes. I've seen that happen a few times.
I don't think they shoot ships anymore, do they? I thought they changed that.
Not so much, but for a long time they did. For a long time. In fact, there were missions last year. I deliberately took a Polaris because I could not be fucked doing the mission in a fighter. It was like rock up, next.
Yep.
Just made it so easy.
I even do missions. I even did missions in the Reclaimer. I do the low level missions in Reclaimer. Let it blow up the bad guys in the PDC and then salvage them.
Yep. There you go. Don't work harder, work smarter, CIG. Yeah. We can do it too. Right. Next one, when you're ready. Unless you want to add to it.
Sure. Random moment time. Has SIG talked about or confirmed selling capital-sized alien ships that are combat or industry focused? What could make them unique compared to capitals we have besides looks?
I'll let you take that one.
Oh, we got the BMM. We expect to see alien ships doing everything at some point. But I would fully expect them to. I would hope we'd get a Xi'an, the whole Xi'an cabal of ships, and the Xi'an and the Banu when they bring out a module specifically focusing on those.
When you mean module, you mean expansion?
An expansion, yeah.
That was exactly how I was going to answer the question. That's why I let you take it. Yeah, complete agreement.
We've spoken too many times and dreamt too many times. I'm looking forward for the Tavaran expansion pack. Explore, I can see it in my head. You're exploring
a really good prequel.
You're a Tavaran trying to get understand his past. Fully get it.
And we've even talked because Algared's really a big fan of the Tavaran. We've talked about quite a bit, but essentially a prequel that does the Tavaran War with flashbacks into the current time. So you get this one that why are the Tavaran so kind of speciesed against in the
and the whole purpose would be your goal is to learn what is Rashura, what is it, what does it mean, and one of the things that really gets me was a story. I think it was Letter Home, and it was a story about a Tavaran who goes to Branna wherever Tavaran are because he's cheesed off with the racism that he finds in the UEE, and he gets to Branna and he decides what you're teaching is Rajora is not Rajora. It's an abomination, and he goes back to the UEC because that fits better with his understanding of what it is, and so you could see that those choices you would make as you're developing your understanding would am I someone who ends up in the UEC or am someone who goes back to the Rajora?
Anyway, that is the long
anyway,
answer to how you'll probably see your capital ships. You'll probably and I actually think a lot of the Tavaran stuff will probably be found through exploration as you find ruins and stuff like that. But also I think they'll be designed around an expansion pack. If you kind of look at how they've laid out the map, it makes a lot of sense. We know about 3 races right now. So we know the Vandal, we know the Zayan, and then we know the Banu, right? And we've got kind of pictures of them, but we've never really kind of seen them in game, well, except for Wicklow, I guess. But we also know all of those have an alien race behind them. Well, why is that? Because then when they do an expansion pack, so say we go play as the Zayan, well, then we're going to learn about the Cathak. And then, you know, if the game's really popular and we go around and do all of those as an expansion pack, then do we get a Cathak expansion and we learn about who's behind them? And you can essentially see that it's this galaxy that's just growing out. And so the game naturally goes that way. What did I just do? Go ahead. Next question, Lemon.
No, 100%.
What's trying to add? Right.
Chris Sabasan, question: what about the Galaxy module that you can store fuel and a small refueling snub?
Isn't that just the cargo one? Because you can already have the snub in the back, and you just put because some of the cargo containers will be able to store liquid and gas. You've just got to transfer it to the small snub by hand. So you just have an MPUV in the back and just put the fuel in the MPUV or whatever it is. Like so again, not every ship has to be perfect. You can make things work. You can jerry rig things. Just for Pete's preference, the update is out for the game, by the way. For the
yes,
fix.
the game is ready to play.
Yeah, it's under maintenance, but the update is available to download. So you still got to wait a little bit, but the update is ready to go. Right, next question, please.
Dayman asked, did any of you get an Odin?
Guilty, motherfucker, right there. So he's going to head down in shame. Head in shame. He had 3 javelins. Get rid of the 2 javelins and get an Odin. You know, just have 1 javelin and 1 Odin. That's all you kind of. So it makes sense. I would have done the same if I was in his shoes. Next one, Lemon.
So I was actually, this is the first event ever that I was willing to get a Kraken. I didn't get one, but this is the first event ever that I was willing to. So,
what made you? What made you? Okay.
Yeah, what was it about this sale that made you decide you wanted a Kraken?
No, I didn't care about the sale. I just want to know what made you want a Kraken. Is it the new art pictures or what?
Yeah. It looks a lot less all the things that I hate about Drake.
It looked slightly bit more Origin, was it?
Yeah, because this is looking pretty cool.
It just looks refined.
Well, it was the same with the Ironclad. Yeah, the Ironclad's gone up a polishy little notch, hasn't it? It's not so dark and dusty.
Yeah.
Yep.
There is a question there for you. Lemming, are you becoming a Drake fan? That's an insult wants to know.
No, I am not.
There you go. No.
If you bought a Kraken,
but well, I was willing to. I didn't. Yeah. This
Luxury say he was hate buying.
Did you try?
Yeah,
just buying this because I hate it so much. Oh dear, that's funny. Yeah, no, look,
Yeah,
I'm not a single manufacturer person. I am actually looking forward to the day when I buy an Origin ship. I just think it's clearly shop ships, but you know, like they're in the commercial stuff. Like they are going to have some shop ships, and I'm pretty sure I'll pick one up at some point. But I just haven't had one that's spoken to me because they've just been mainly in that AI arena. And when I say AI, I'm talking about player transport or human transport, or more along the lines of let's play. What is it? Role play. And that's not something I'm super interested in because quite honestly, you can also do that on another ship. And I also think the manufacturer that probably speaks to me more the luxury that I'm interested in is Kruger. I do think if Kruger are not just combat, and I do think we'll find out over time if they're just combat, and I've got a feeling they won't be. Because how many manufacturers have you found that are a one-trick pony?
Yep.
They're not really. They tend to skirt out into a different area. So if they've got commercial and combat and cargo and all that in Origin, well, then what's Kruger doing? Do they go off into industry a little bit? Maybe that. Medical.
Well, I can see what you're saying.
You remember that medical science thing you talked about, Algared? Maybe that's Kruger. Because let's be honest, crazy German scientist sounds pretty fucking sick to me right now when I put that in a Kruger mentality.
If I was going on what Kruger do, it'd be manufacturing, because they manufacture the parts and the precision parts. So
true.
The logical step would be to go that aspect.
So let them go into base build. So they build the luxury building. I see where you're going. Yeah. Because we're going to need that too, aren't we? You're going to need high tech base building.
People are going to want that.
Medium tech base building and low tech base building. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so, Grey's Market do the bricks and mortar. Literally, get some poor schmuck to be putting the bricks down.
Makes a lot of sense. Does make a lot of sense. Yeah. I don't know. I'm really liking where the Kraken's going though. I own one. I do get a bit hesitant with how the ship designing stuff's going at the moment. I'm really kind of terrified. I spend all this money and they just steal the look of shit. But I'm almost expecting conversion kits for this thing, like what happened with the Idris kits.
Yeah, I'm hoping they don't do too much of that variant-y type stuff with the capital ships, just because they're so big. But then you get the Kraken scares me, because you get the Kraken and Kraken Privateer, and then you've got the Idris and the Idris kits, which effectively give you different Idrises. So I think we're probably more likely to get kits than we are to get full-on variants. If that makes sense.
Yeah, but do you reckon they're going to be more like conversion kits like the Pioneer rather than kits like the Idris kits?
I'd hope them.
Are they the same thing to you? Because I think they're different.
Yeah, I would like to think they're more kits like the Idris kits, where you can swap them down. So you still got the same ship, but you can swap the role. So I suppose more modular, as opposed to the Kraken kit, which was basically a full-on dockyard refit.
I can't remember the other one someone said to me that I had in my brain that I've forgotten, but the one I like is one with a refinery and a single shop on it, just so you can kind of send salvage ships out or mining ships out, and it becomes like a swarm miner or swarm salvager, and you can then sell off the materials. But I'm trying to think of the one someone else had. There was someone that made one on one of these live streams, and I went, yeah, that's a sick idea, and I've just forgotten it. But I reckon they'll have at least one or two. It's a really easy way to make money on the day. Like the ship releases, here's some kits. What do you want? And do they still sell the kits, Algared, for the Idris right now? Can you go on there and buy them? Or are they?
I believe you can.
Or do they only come up during the sales? Oh, again, it also adds to future sales then too.
I can probably go in and gander, but
the last I heard, you can buy the war bond ones anytime. You can only buy the credit ones during events.
There you go. Sandig let everyone know that
I don't know if that's true or not.
maintenance is now over, so you can actually go in and play the game if you want to check out. I am not hopeful of bugs being removed, but let me know that I'm please wrong, because man, it's been shit. It's been a shit show the last couple of weeks. I hit the wrong button. Right. Next one, please, Lemming.
In Kisune, one of the devs said at Barcelona said that they are pushing for 600i rework next year. Do you think that SIG giving the 600i refuel, rearm, and repair was a deliberate decision aligned with the rework?
Who was the person who said they were pushing for it? Because I could be the janitor and I'm pushing for it, and it don't mean shit.
So it was one of the conversation points that came out of one of the recent bar citizens.
Yeah, but like, who were they talking to? Which dev? It doesn't mean anything. You know what I mean? Like, you see what I mean? Like if it's John Cruz saying that, it's got a lot of weight. But if it's Disco, not as much weight. Not as much weight.
It's a bit like and even someone pushing for it doesn't necessarily mean it goes ahead. Like how long did it take Kruger to get a ship? And you know, John Cruz said, "Oh yeah, Ben Wire's been pushing for Kruger."
I think honestly, like if I try to look at this logistically, you've essentially got base building. Once you have base building, we know shops are going to rapidly come after that. I would expect that, knowing that Origin is commercial, you're working on Origin ships. That's when the 600i would get its rework. So if next year they're working on shops, now base buildings they've said base buildings coming in 2027. If they're actively working on them, that would imply the year after they're coming out. Yeah, then it is potentially possible that they would be working on a 600i rig. That doesn't mean it's coming out next year, but I could see them being working on it for 18 months later.
Yeah. I actually think, well, I don't think, but I hope that the work they did on the M50 means that they decided to put the G12 on the calendar for this year. I know that's pure hopium, but
I think it clearly shows that they were bringing people up to speed on the styles of Origin, like how they've done little ships all the way along to teach people how to do certain things, and that's clearly was teaching the new people how to make an Origin ship. And I would no doubt think another testament would be to go, right, now you've made that, now go make the G12, or some other group go make the G12, right? And then you'd be wanting them to do these tasty little testers first before you go work on the 600i, because you're not going to want to do that a third time. So you got to prove yourself with something smaller.
You do the little things, you get a feel of it, and then you go to the big one. But I could say, I could see them doing, if they really wanted to go back to their roots, they can just do a 600i cargo variant, because the 600i in law was a cargo ship before it got refitted.
Yeah, I could see.
They've already said what they're going to do, though, Algared. They've literally brought out new concepts, and they've completely changed the interior of those ships. I don't think it's really a full rework either. It's just, like, I don't see them redoing the exterior. I think it's just an interior rework.
They don't want to do the exterior. They think the exterior is good.
And it's modular based, and so now they have the modular. It'd be essentially converting the ship over to the modular system.
And the changes they made, what they showed us was showing how we're making it so we're keeping this part normal, and the back half is where the module is. So it just, the changes they were making.
Yeah, they wouldn't show the plan if that wasn't
modular aspect.
They wouldn't show the plan if that wasn't their intent.
Yep.
Next one, Lemming.
So
unless you want to add to it,
I could see them going from the M50 to the 400i variants that I've long said that they're going to do. So we'll see.
Well, they're going to follow their own law, don't they, at some point? You know, 400, anything with an I is indicative that it's actually it's a series of ships. We only have a 400i. Where the hell are the other modules?
Yep.
455.
And we both keep coming back to the whatever that's going to be, but it would make a really good generalist. It really, really would. So yeah, I can't unsee it. If they don't make a variant of the 400i, then yeah, okay, they're called our bluff. But man, it's a no-brainer to me. An absolute no-brainer.
I agree.
What about you, Lemming? Do you see that as a good generalist? So
Yeah, I think that is the most low-hanging fruit that they can possibly have still in the vine. That 400i is such a good design of the frame of a ship. Only having the one version of it, I think, is practically criminal.
But specifically taking the clipper, where it's got the bed and the fabrication table, and putting the medical bed and a fabrication table, like it might be the size up or something like that.
Yeah.
But where me and Algared see it going is, those climate controlled rooms in the middle there. Essentially, the bed on one side. The bed on one side and the fabricator on the other, because it still leaves you cargo bay for materials.
Yep.
And
I could definitely see that.
That all lines up. It still allows you to have the bike, and you've got 3 people. You've already got all the living quarters and stuff like that. So it's a very small change, and all you're giving up is a little bit of this cargo bay area, and all benefits.
Yeah.
I could be wrong, but it seems like a no-brainer to me. And they did say a new ship is coming from Origin, but they never said anything about another ship coming from Origin.
Exactly. And they don't just work on stuff like that. They don't work on something and then not expand on it.
Isn't that an even simpler one to do as an onboarding task? Take the 400i and modify it to be a generalist. Like that's your taste tester. It's almost like that would be the one you do before you do the M80.
Yeah. I mean, and it may be done now. I mean, who knows?
They better call it after the F thing. If it's not like a 4, if it's not F'd out the shit, I'm going to be so annoyed. Whatever it's going to be, I want it to just be all F's. So it's a complete tongue-tied butchery that the law team absolutely fucking hates, just to give them a taste of their own fucking medicine. That's why I want it to be that way. And then they can never complain again. And once we've done it, they will never ever acronym fucking name things again. Well, that's what I hope. Anyway.
No, we'll keep doing it because
Okay, so next question, Citizen Joel.
Yep.
What is your opinion on the AI in the games industry? Would you accept any SIG use of AI if it speeds up, helps development?
I would be. I can't imagine not already using it.
Yep.
Same.
I just can't. Like, if you can look up or make a texture that just, even if it assists, right? Make me a pattern of rocks to use in a game, and it does it, and then you can modify it. Anything that shortcuts it, why wouldn't you use it? Oh, it's just a no-brainer. Yep. I've never even tried that, actually. Let me just see if I can actually do this, right? I have no idea if Gemini can pull this off. I'm just going to test it, right? Make me tileable.
I would make sure to put please in there so that you don't anger the AI. Okay.
Believe it or not, actually end all of them with please. Make me a tileable texture of rocks that I can use in my own video game as a footpath texture. Please. Just see what it does. I got no idea if this is going to work. Absolutely none. I've never tried it, but I've got to assume it's going to be, it could be junk. I got no idea. But again, you can always refine them. And if they've got an upgraded account, they can do this till the cows come home.
I mean, it did it.
It did it, but is it actually tileable? Yes, it is. Look. Same rock. It's tileable.
Yeah, it is.
Why not?
So
why would I spend hours editing that to
drawing
make it
that
to tileable? And if you know how to make them, tileable is a bitch, right? Because you've got to essentially offset them in 4 directions, and then you've got to get them to line up and all that. It's a complete pain in the ass. And I remember doing them for hours and hours and hours. But if I could literally just take a photo, so I can go out in real world reference and say, make this footpath tileable. Because that would be the next step. I find something here, I take a photo and say, now make this a tileable texture.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't I do that? Why? It just speeds
and
it
it's
all
not
up.
a matter of you don't want the AI to just do it, because AI will lead you astray. But you want to be able to use AI to assist you, and then check, double check, revise. But if it saves you time, if I can feed AI the information that I want and say, hey, I want it formatted in this format, and it will do it in the format I want.
They already have things for 3D printing now where you can show them a photo, and as long as it's like a photo of something that it can tell that's 3D. So say I gave them a photo of you, it can literally turn you into a 3D model for printing. It's nuts. Like, and if you have multiple photos, it makes it more accurate. So if I had the front of you, the back of you, and stuff like that, it can work it all out, and it's that good already. And just so you know, it can also do multicolor printing. So if I actually, there's printers out there at the moment where you can feed in photos through an AI. The AI will make a 3D model,
and it'll print it out in the colors.
Ready to print it out in color.
Yeah,
it's the AI it's such an accelerated rate now. Like before, we used to look at it in years. Like the spaghetti thing. So with Will Smith eating spaghetti. And then like where it went in like 4 years, like the level is just night and day, and it's only going to exponentially get quicker. To think that AI is not going to somehow affect our lives is not, like, you got to look at it as a tool. Even if it doesn't go any further than it is now, it's still going to be used as a tool.
100%.
There are a lot of people that don't like asking AI things, but the AI is really good at taking all the stats in. And all that, it just cuts the time down. So I go and ask AI things like when I asked about when do you think the game is like Squadron's going to come out, it analyze, and I tell it what to analyze. I say, look at all the historic dates of Star Citizen, look at all and I feed into it what I want it to look at, and it'll spit stuff out. All I'm doing is, instead of me going around and taking my best guess, is I'm asking it to analyze the stats and give me the best guess.
Yep.
And I'm essentially asking it to reinforce what I already assume.
We use it in education. We've got to do, and we'll use it to assist in setting up layouts and all that other stuff. We're constantly having to deal with students who are using AI and teach them how to use AI effectively, because that's the nature of the world. If CIG is not using the AI that's available already, they're nuts. So I fully expect they're using it at some level.
Rabbit asks, when can we get an Algared bobblehead on the Inforunners merch store? Never. It'll be egg cups for Algared's head.
Well, I think we need it's an X and L bobbleheads, but I could see it.
I don't think my head is very bobby. It's a bit too sluggish.
Oh, it can be. Doesn't matter.
I like it. I guess if I'm rocking out, maybe. I don't know. All right. Next question. We don't have.
We'd need billions of pre-orders, I think, if we had that.
All right. We're almost coming up on 4 hours, so we need to get these ones done. Let me next one.
All right.
Go into a bit of an
Dayman.
An express run.
Let's rapid fire these.
Rapid fire them.
Yep. Dayman, what's the order of release? Odin, Orion, BMM, Endeavor.
BMM, Orion, Endeavor, Odin.
Yep.
Agree.
I'd agree with that.
Next. Not even going to try this one. Somebody that starts with next. Do you guys think that RP buildings...
It's a South American. It's Zula Takakal.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Cool. Do you guys think the RP buildings such as pant houses, etc., will come at the same time as base building? I think those pant houses will be selling for the same price as the Odin.
Penthouses.
Penthouses.
It's a penthouse. He's just auto-corrected to penthouses. Because otherwise that's really awkward. Just walk in and there's just pants everywhere. Where the fuck am I?
Yeah, I was.
I'd be concerned
House
that it
of
fall down
Pets!
because it'd be so flapping in the wind.
House of Pets. Your house is
Yeah,
built on a
yeah.
house of lies. No, House of Pets. Yeah, they did mention that more premium areas would cost more. It's something they've talked about in the past, but man, that was a long time ago. I'd probably have to do a bit of a refresher personally. But yeah, if you want to own a building or own an area, obviously the more centrally located. This is back in the day. They were only talking it'd be like about 20 in each location. I think that's changed now. I think it's literally you could have your apartment almost anywhere in the city now.
Well, you got to remember that was when they were talking the apartments and the, the exclusive, and the closer you were to the centre, the more expensive it was going to be, and the more exclusive it would be. But that was before we had Pubertal Planet.
Yep, and
so
also
now,
tech levels.
Yeah.
They've talked about the interior buildings, so I think you kind of have to take that and expand it. Is kind of what I'm saying, and I have not actually analysed that. It's one thing we have not. And have we got an episode for this week, Algared? I think we might have just found one.
Probably is an episode, tech levels and
player housing and
wealth
building
levels.
Yeah, and oh fuck, that's a bomb. That's a big one to open.
That is a bomb. That's
I don't know. Maybe we do an episode. Maybe don't. We don't have one for this week. We always make them up as we go along, so we'll see. We've got a couple others though. I know Paul has got a couple there he wants to do as well, and I haven't talked to him. Fuck, I'll message him now. Yeah, go ahead.
Assuming that that's an episode that we think that
he's streaming right.
Yeah, he'll just get back to me.
It probably would flop, but yeah.
2, 3, 4, and so go to the next question, please, Lemmy.
Sure. Arabido 7. When, if at all, do you think we'll see SIG revisit the next great starship for another community designed ship?
Never.
I'm going to answer this because it'll be fast. Never. And I think SIG has said that.
It's real simple. It's because of what it meant. Right? What they were looking for was they were actually looking for people to work at CIG. And Sandy announced the next great Star Marine, thinking it would be a really cool competition, but what she didn't realize was because they were looking for talent. And that's why we never saw the next great Star Marine. That's simple.
Yeah.
Next one.
Captain Trash Panda, do you think that the Galaxy is a good daily for a 2-man crew? Wife and I are looking for something to use to get around when we're not running salvage missions.
I think the Galaxy's two. I think it'd be a bit big for 2 people. I think you're in the Constellation Caterpillar territory there.
I agree.
And you're even beyond the Connie because it's bigger than a Connie. Think about it. The Connie is RSI. The Galaxy is RSI. It is literally the size above. So you're going beyond 4 people. You've gone into the 5-6 player territory. Or 8, whatever the territory is, but it's a bigger territory. So you've gone beyond where I'd feel comfortable recommending. For 2 people, I think you're really in the medium's your sweet spot. And I think Algared and Lemming, you'd kind of agree. Medium is probably going to be the most common kind of sweet ship spot across the board because it can be soloed and it's on the smaller side, so it's cheaper to run. Daily driver, take your pick. There's a shitload in there. What do you want to do? What do you like? Do you want it as if it's just for you and the wife, do you want a Spirit that's also really good at A to B? Like I own a Spirit, Base Tomato owns a Spirit. Or do you want to do something more niche? Take your pick. There are heaps in there. So my follow-up, if you're still here, Captain Trash Panda, is what gameplays are you and the wife into?
Apart from salvage, because they want to do it when they're not salvaging.
Exactly. So maybe wait till there is a salvager that comes along that probably speaks more to you. That's a bit bigger.
No, they're looking for something to do when they're not. That's what they do when we're not doing our fun thing.
I always just come back to Spirit. It's a really good ship for A to B, but I don't like to recommend what I like necessarily for The person. Give me a follow up, but you'll have to add us directly. So where were you? He was on YouTube. So at Inforunners, and it'll come up here on the side in orange, and I'll answer that one because I have turned the bot off. So yeah,
I could see what.
Go ahead.
I could see why he's suggesting the Galaxy, because it's a ship they want to use
with the modularity
when they're not doing the salvage, and it's that modularity, which means they can dabble in the other things that they.
Could we say wait for the Connie Mark 6?
Yeah, wait and see if there's a ship that comes that's more
modular, that's a bit smaller. Yeah, because we've theorized, and I can't unsay it because it would sell like hotcakes. Take the Aurora with its modular abilities, and it's clearly got other modulars coming for the Aurora, but the gameplay's not ready. And then put that into the Connie. So if you could have the Connie and it's just got a module that you swap over, shut the fuck up and take my money. Like, it would be so popular. Yeah.
Certainly take Execute's money. So yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I've already got one. I'm just going to sit on it and hold it. Or upgrade into it. But yeah, there are lots of good little daily drivers out there. MSR's a really good one, as people are suggesting in chat. You got the Corsair as well, if you're going more towards the combat vein. MSR does data, and it also does cargo. It's also really fast for a ship of its size, so it's good for A to B, which is also why I've got the Spirit. Yeah, I really need to hear back from you, and I think Algared, you would agree with that. And Lemming, we need just a little bit more details.
Yeah.
To hone in. Yeah, because if it's just for you and the wife, I'm thinking medium. Are we on the same page with medium, or am I wrong?
For that crew size, yeah, I think so. If it's just for you two, yeah, and especially since it's your ship when you're not doing salvage, when you're just enjoying the game, enjoying the world. That seems to say that's what you do, yeah.
Yeah, because if it's just a ship that you guys want to hang out in, could it be the Zeus ST when that kind of comes, if it's like a luxury touring variant? We don't know, right? So your ship might not be there yet. That's the reason I need to hear back. And he hasn't dropped a comment, so I have to assume he's fucked off. So when you watch this, reach out via Discord to me or Algared, and we'll answer it after the fact.
Yep.
All right, Lemming, next. I know that wasn't Express. Sorry.
No, Dom4419-S. Do you think that there's a third ship at Alien Week? We know of 2 Gathuks, but Jared said something about a snub during the first DefenseCon SCL. Yeah.
I did not know that, and if that's the case, that gives a lot of credence. Where the hell was it?
To the monthly report.
No, I must have closed them. Just give me a second. To this, if I can find it again, I got to go back to my conversation with Grim. Here it is. To this, because that looks like a snub.
Does look like a snub.
So, so for those that didn't catch this earlier, this is one of the ships from Space Odyssey, and they literally said the ship that's coming is based on a scene in Space Odyssey.
A scene from Space Odyssey. And that would
be... that looks like a Xian snub to me, or an alien snub to me. A cuttlefish. It
certainly doesn't look like a normal human.
Yeah. Well, I don't know which race it is, but a cuttlefish is kind of alien. It's like an octopus, right? Just saying.
Yeah.
That gives a lot of credence to. I didn't know about that. They're mentioning that snub, but that's because I don't listen to Jared a lot because he waffles a lot.
Now, I know you said it looks like a cuttlefish, but that pointed nose just makes me think hummingbird.
Yes, it is a little bit like a hummingbird too. I'll give you that.
Which would, even if it's a hummingbird, then that could also be Tavaran.
Goes both ways, my friend.
So,
both ways. I literally couldn't call the race, to be honest with you.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't call it. I'm just tossing 2 cents in there as because I like Tavaran. So
yeah,
but if it's Tavaran snub,
I wouldn't rule any of them out.
No,
that's what I instantly thought of when he said snub and Alien Week. I went that. So yeah,
and also, and I was just thinking also like goes back to the monthly report and that mocap with the animation for getting in some,
Can
the
you,
unique animation for.
Dom, can you link me the video with the timestamp on Discord? That'd be great if you could do that. Then I can just click it like a lazy mofo, and then we'll have a quick look at it. Next question, please, Lemming.
Mega, Tiger, Ninja. Do you think that Odin will come out before the Endeavor? I think we just answered that. No. Okay, next.
I have no idea who this person is messaging me. Anyway, sorry. Yeah, next. Yeah.
Hero Lex 782. Wouldn't the Crucible become roughly the size of the Ironclad? Yes.
Yeah, kind of. That's kind of what I said with the arms thing. That's kind of what I was alluding to. Yes. I just don't see them not reusing the Ironclad for another ship. It just...
Agreed.
It screams you could use it for something else. And with what they're doing with the Tiburon and shit like that, you cannot tell me that they wouldn't pre-planning that shit into those ships.
No.
It just...
Well...
I would love a salvage variant of it.
Yeah. And I just think back to last year where they said, the year of beams. That tells me the Tiburon was probably
been sitting
in the
there for a
pipeline.
while. Yeah.
And probably the Odin was sitting there like that as well, because they're both beam ships. And
So, again,
and
might have been the year of beams for CIG, but we're only just starting to see the year of beams now because it's taken that long to cook.
Yep. Next.
Random time. I'm going to just say that. What ships do you think are great investments now, such as the Crucible, and what are going to see the largest price increases?
Just the older ships. Crucible, Endeavor, anything that's been in concept now, so like the Raelian, the Hull B as they came out. But as we see less and less concepts, this is where we are literally moving to the end of the CCU training. Because if there's no longer a CCU, because the ship just instantly releases, there's no savings there. It's just logical. So yeah, unless they do like a Warbond CCU at the start and you get like $25 off.
Yeah,
or whatever,
I mean, I don't think it's going anywhere, but the $100 big ships, I think, are limited in lifetime.
It's definitely dwindling.
Yeah, but it's not the end of the CCU game. A lot of people have been crying wolf for a long time for that.
It's a long time. It's a
slow death.
Do it over a longer period.
Yeah, and we've had the best CCUs ever this year. Sure, they weren't like traditional war bonds; they were release CCUs, but we've never had a better year than what we've had. I mean, like my chains are very old. My chains go back to the beginning of war bonds. I've had multiple chains completely replaced this year because of releases.
Yeah, true.
Gimbal on Do asks, is there going to be good gameplay, or is it just cinematics? I'm guessing talking about Squadron.
I think that's what I was saying. It's like a personal taste, isn't it? You know, do you like Half-Life 2 and Titanfall? Then you'll probably like the first-person shooter stuff and the puzzles. Do you like hardcore flight sims? Then you'll probably like the space combat. Do you like story-rich cinematic gameplay? Then you'll probably like the social stuff.
Did you like the vertical slice of the first part of Squadron? If you like that, which was gameplay and
I'd also
cinematic.
I would also say it was very gameplay light because you are literally in a turret and you are literally doing the tutorial. So it is very story rich and not so much gameplay rich. It is the opening to the game. You know, you can clearly see that the next level is going to be at the flight academy and you'll learn how to fly the ship. You know.
Yeah.
So, but if that was something that would appeal to you, I thought, hey, that was like good gameplay. I'm learning how to do everything, but it's also cinematic. Yeah. Next.
Gasoline Moth. That's a very strange name. What is the chances of the 2001 Space Odyssey inspired ship is the little EVA pod from that film.
Yeah, that was the one thing I didn't show up. It's like a sphere with 4 legs.
Oh, then yeah, I very much think that that's it.
Why do you think that's it?
Because of the shape of the turret that we just saw in the thing today. That was a sphere. Xeon seemed to love spheres. If you look at the cockpit of the Sulian and the Scout,
but there are 2 other races, right? And the other part of it I'll also add is one of the other ships is literally a giant sphere with a stick out of it, right?
Okay.
So yes, I agree, but so you just think it's a little snub? I guess if it's just a snub and it's a sphere, yeah, okay, I'll give you that. Yeah, why not? I'm trying to find the image of it. There's a very, very, very small image of it I have somewhere, but it was the one I ruled out because it just seemed so stupid. When I did it, I'm just trying to remember who the hell I sent it to, and I can't remember for the life of me who I sent it to. I have so many discussions on a weekly basis. Not all of them with Algared, by the way. No, I can't find who I sent it to. Anyway, next question, I think.
I'm sure somebody could put it in the Discord for us, and we could have a look after the show.
Citizen Ninja site was saying that is the only industrial type ship in Space Odyssey. That little EVA repair pod.
All right, real quick. This is the where apparently he's talking about whatever Dom said. It was the alien snub thing. So let's just have a quick listen.
The snub fighters, a relatively a small class of ship, no pun intended. That's just with the Fury, and might be some use for snub, more snub ships in the future. Do I want to hint at Alien Week? No, I don't want to mention Alien Week now.
Okay. Yep. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. Cool.
But an industrial snub sounds very interesting to me.
Yeah, like someone did mention, we talked about it one stream, the geometric cubes things from Star Trek Enterprise. You know, the time traveling race, and they had that ship that was literally just all these kind of hexagonal spheres that connected together and it made up their whole ship. But they could all dock with each other. So wouldn't it be really cool if there was a little, like, just a sphere that could literally dock onto the side of any ship? It was like the cheapest, dirtiest boarding craft you could possibly imagine.
I could see that.
Absolutely. And I think that kind of heavily confirms it. But that also probably tells me that it's probably... Man, is that the Katak ship?
No, I don't think so.
Is it just the Raelian in this, and that's it?
The Zindi as
But then, if it's, are we really getting two? Are we really getting 2 Xi'an ships, or is it 2 different races?
Yeah, I mean, we should know soon.
It wasn't Zindi. No, it wasn't the Zindi.
No, it wasn't the Zindi because they were the 5 races. It was the ones who could morph her skin.
Yeah, it was the ones that the people from the future had given them powers. They almost looked like reptiles, and they always had red suits on, and they had these little red hexagon box. I brought it up on the stream. The
Syllabon.
Syllaban or Silliban or whatever they're called.
Those ones. Yep. But not the Zindi. They were the insects, the aquatics, the avian.
So I'm going to go ahead and read this next question because we're not going to answer it.
Yeah.
Jacob Us Boosin 8182 Execute and Algared. Any idea how much longer they're going to be working on the servers?
The servers are up.
They're already up. But that's it there. That's the small little ship I was talking about. It's fucking tiny. You literally fit 3 or 4 people in it, and it just docks, and they all just connect together and make this giant thing. And the problem with them, it's almost the idea they took and put into Star Trek, in the episode where they had all the swarms and they went through, they were a swarm ship. So if they were under attack, they could break off and individually attack, and then they'd reform together, and then they could live in it. So essentially, J.J. Abrams stole the idea. It wasn't original at all. But anyway, but yeah, here's another.
Same franchise, doesn't matter.
Yeah, here's another one where they've actually got it open, so you can kind of see how big it is. But yeah. Anyway, same concept, similar idea. Anyway, right, next one.
So Rabbit 07, what are the remaining events for the next few months?
I guess you'd have Alien Week, you'd have the Founders Festival, you would then have the Hit Showdown, then you'd have Citizen Con,
Yep.
Then you would have IAE, and then you would have the summer holiday live stream that is never going to die.
Yep.
But that's about it, yeah.
I think it's fun. I think it's funny that you call it the summer one. But
Yeah, because it's the
yeah.
well, that's what pisses us off here in Australia. Like, it's called Summer Games Fest. So
And it's bloody winter.
and it's bloody winter for us. So you got to stop doing the Northern Hemisphereisms. So like if you would have farted around, I'll do it back to you, and you can see what it's like. It's a pain in the ass.
Yeah, no. Again, I thought it was funny.
Yeah, because to you, obviously, it's winter. Yeah.
Yep. Christmas during summer is just weird.
You guys say Summerfest or Games Fest.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So last question is that's an insult.
Yep.
Question: G12 at AIE.
No, because there's no such thing as AIE except in Australia.
Yeah. Well answered, Algared. But realistically,
I don't think it would wait for
do you think
IAE.
do you think they'd use it as an onboarding task? And
Why not?
I think they would use it as an onboarding task. Yes.
But is there a
along
big
with anything
style?
else.
Is there a really big style difference between Origin vehicles and Origin ships? And I would argue, what the hell happened to my camera? Whoa.
Not too hot.
Maybe.
It should be weird.
But there's the first. Oh yeah, I do have the heater on.
Well, but it's wintertime.
Yeah, but I got the heater on because it's cold.
It needs a little fan at the back, so it's
back on. It probably just overheated. Hopefully, it'll last for the last little bit. There we go. Right. Yeah, I don't know if they are exactly the same style. Is the point I'm getting.
So we did get an Origin celebration, I think, in February. I would almost expect for something to come out at that next year.
Okay. Yeah, like I'm just wondering as an onboarding task, because that's kind of where my brain goes, because it's need versus necessity, right? And it's not a huge necessity. That's why it sat there for so long. But can you learn style cues about Origin in a ground vehicle to the same extent you can in a ship? And that's where I'm going, because let's be honest, it's unique. It is a unique Origin vehicle. So, like, what are the compromises you make to get to a vehicle over the style? Do you see where I'm going? It is like it's something I'd rather think you put in someone that's more advanced in that area of expertise and field than a new person. Not to insult a new person, but you know what I mean?
I don't think that there's a big difference between the cockpit of the G12 and the cockpit of the M80.
M80 and what was the other ship? Sorry, M80 and what?
M80 and G12. One of them is raised off the ground, the other one is not.
Yeah, but then you got outside style cues, because let's be honest, the wheels dictate where the wings essentially bend.
Yeah. Yep.
I don't know. I can see it going. I can make arguments for both, right? So we'll just leave it there, unless you want to add to it, Algared.
I would say I could see them leaving it until they bring out the reworked 600i and put them out together.
It's true. That's not true at all.
Also very possible.
That's who we're going to be raiding today, by the way. We haven't had a chance to raid Todd Fox. Todd Fox is someone I enjoy watching. He's you should call him.
And yes, Mr. Alex Moore, possibly before the Beloved Ranger. Yes.
Oh, definitely. I think you need pretty much a ground rework of vehicles before you see the Ranger. So yeah, we're gonna raid Todd Fox on Twitch today. He is a Star Citizen VTuber. He's that little fox that's behind Algared. Algared, do you wanna? There we go. And so like as he talks, his mouth moves. He's a pretty funny guy.
And he's got a pipe, so.
Oh, he's got lots of different
beret.
costumes that he changes into. So you'll have a good laugh with him. He's a little bit like
Is
in
that
the
a
vein.
Carrick?
That's a Zeus. He's a little bit like in the vein of Pissed Off Pete. So he's comic relief. So it's always a good place to stop by for comic relief if you want to feel better. So now you've had all this information dumped from me and Algared, you can go over there and have some laughs.
And chill.
Pete is informational? What? Pissed Off Pete is informational?
No, Pissed Off Pete is comic relief. I was implying. We are informational. He's comic relief, like God is here. So yeah. So we'll see you guys on Twitch over that way. What do we want to ask him? No, I don't really want to ask him anything. Just see if he has a good time.
And yes, Pete, we still love you. Just so you know.
Well, why don't we ask him about fairy bread? Because I just found out about that today.
All right.
You don't know that?
Nope.
No, it's an Australian thing, mate.
Can't raid because there's a thing on my screen that I can't get rid of that's been pinned by Lemming. Get rid of it.
I'll do it.
What's it like being fairy? Someone wants to ask. That's an insult. Wants to know. Well, you can ask him that. That's an insult if you want. You know, quite happy for you to ask that.
All right. Raid is being created, but I can't click on it because this is in the way. Hide yourself. There we go.
Just
cool. All right. Twitch, say goodbye to YouTube. YouTube, say goodbye to Twitch. We'll see you next week.
Bye, Twitch.
Bye.
Take care.
And they're gone. Let's have a listen in.
I think the strobe lights are fucked up on my checklist.
Oh, that's nice to hear as we get in.
It's the Inforunners. Hope you're doing well. Hope you guys enjoyed your little talk show. That's all you are, but I didn't watch. I'm sorry. Well, I made you guys. Oh my God, no. I was just about to tell you. I made you a cake with sprinkles. You bitches.
He's a little bit like Cartman.
Today, we're working
you remember South Park Algared? He's a little bit like that.
After we finish the checklist, can we get
All right, you mentioned it. It does remind me of it.
We'll
Yes.
think about it.
So we'll leave Todd there to play with his Zeus ES. Hope you guys in Twitch have a good time over there with him. Yeah, God, we're gonna have to think up an episode for tomorrow now, Algared, as well. Yeah.
No, I think we. Oh, sorry.
We definitely went longer than we wanted to go today.
Definitely.
4 hours and
Definitely went longer than we
16
wanted to go.
minutes. It's lunchtime here, so I haven't had breakfast. It's not lunch. I'm gonna run off and get some lunch right away. Thank you for joining us, Lemming, and reading all the questions. It was really good to have you here, man. I hope you. Is there anything you want to add before we head off?
Nope. Thank you, everybody, for watching.
All right, then. Don't forget to like, subscribe, ring that notification bell, and thank you to everyone that went the extra mile on Patreon at the end of the video. The voice in the void has been Lemming. He's been Algared. I've been Execute.
He's been Execute. And we're out of here. Take care.
See you, citizens.